Nice. Just press the live button. So now we could begin the stream. Not the casting, of course, but just the stream itself. This is the wonderful first 10 or so minutes of the stream where I spend time just sending out the stream link to multiple Discord servers so they know we're live. You know, there's some servers out there that fortunately do that for me with AI, with these bots, but not everyone does that, you know. I have to be the little newspaper boy on his little bicycle, throwing out the links to everyone. And that's always the fun part of the stream, because it gives everyone some time to come, maybe talk a little bit amongst yourselves or with me, before we get into some deep action. And it looks like HVNY has also sent us some golden egg gifts again, in the form of more games to cast. Looks like about 8 games, in fact. And about 6 of them he said he has verified do not out of sync. So we know they actually do work, which is always a good sign, you know. It's nothing worse than knowing, hey, the game I'm going to be casting is only going to last 50 seconds after I introduce the whole thing, and that's just going to blow up. Like, oh, what did I spend these 50 seconds doing, basically? Introducing this big, awesome fight that turned out to be nothing at all, besides a couple of moving villagers and then a return to the title screen. Yeah, gotta love game recordings for sure. But most of them are pretty good, though, you know. That's the thing I will say, is 99% of the time, or I'd say probably like on DE maybe 90% of the time, 85% of the time, the recording's pretty good, you know. You do the job that they're supposed to, and you can properly stream them, and everything's good. But occasionally you have that dull dud, as they say, like an egg that's kind of rotten that basically doesn't do that. And for those, you know, you just have to skip through them and keep moving on to the ones that do work. Yeah. Pretty much. Get those ones down there. About 3 servers there to do. This one. This one. All I say is I am live, or am live, basically. Don't have to say much more than that. But if they want to come, they want to come. If not, it's not. Yeah, I was reading the Wars of Liberty Discord. Somebody said, what version of Wars of Liberty works on the 5th edition? I basically said, it only works if he codes it himself, basically. You know, if you want to program it, that'd be the best answer, because if he can program it, then we can all enjoy it, basically. I'm not programming it. The world devs probably aren't programming it unless you pay a pretty penny for it, so yeah. Somebody go code Wars of Liberty in DE. Instead of it just being a meme, and maybe people can enjoy that around the world and the world over. Yeah. Definitely. By the way, we're going back to doing more casted games of Wars of Liberty this Thursday. You know, we had a bit of a break in it last week to do Age of Mythology Retold, because simply put, I did not have enough games to do a solid stream with. Now we got a lot of games, because I actually went into that server and pinged them and said, Juanitos, you need to record your juegos, basically. You need to record your juegos so we can cast them. Simple as that. Not only me, but Jeff and anyone else who's hoping to get started in Wars of Liberty casting, you know. For me, for right now, I think it's just me and Jeff, but I know Cappy wants to do it too. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Gafas will do it, I don't know. Anyone that wants to cast Wars of Liberty content needs to have a solid pool of recordings to work with, and if they don't have them, we simply can't do them. You know, and I don't want to make my own, because then I'm just talking about myself and none of the other great players in our community. Yeah, it's important to have a variety of players, a variety of strategies, things that I might not even think of myself, basically. things I might not have seen in the past 10 or so years. I've done both Wars of Liberty and DE and the Legacy game. And a bunch of other mods too, like Napoleonic Era and so forth. One thing I just made sure of right now, my laptop is plugged into the wall, because you are guaranteed to lose power during these streams, right? For my laptop, I usually lose like full power around like 3.5 to 4 hours, which is still pretty good for the battery life. So, yeah, that's good. You know, I try to make sure I drain it and then recharge it, so I don't have to get the thing replaced for a very long time if possible. Save a lot of money in the process of that, which I think is pretty good. Yeah, most definitely. Trying to see where we're at with the servers. I think I just have 3 more to do. This one and this one. And this one up here. Not that one, this one. This one, actually. Yeah, that one. There we go. Perfecto. Alright, so how many minutes do we have left in our little time? So, 3 minutes left till it's usually time to start casting stuff. HVNY is here with some messages about today's games that he gave me. Hello! The most important minute 1. Nitroglycerin. I should check them all again. In game right now. Power draining replays. Oh yes, I can imagine. Yeah, that's why you need your PC plugged in at all times, because if you don't, then you're going to get unplugged from the stream, effectively, and then it's not going to be fun, because you're going to sit there trying to plug things in the walls, and then you have to redo everything again. It's not fun, you know, so make sure before you ever stream whatever game it is, that you're plugged into the wall so you don't have to worry about that thing. And then if you want to, you know, drain the battery after your stream, you could go do that while you're publishing stuff. It's generally the rule of thumb. Or if you're doing something else, that doesn't have to be that in particular. Just a sort of thing like that. Let's see what we got here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and what else do we got here? What was that copy of? Yeah, that's a copy of that. What date is this from? The 31st. Maybe this one. Oh, that could be interesting. Mayhaps, that's a pretty interesting one. So what was the date last? Well, that would have been on a Friday, right? So anything from that date is probably fair game as well as those. I think I already did that one during the House of the Trampo stream, so I'll skip over that. Yep, that's probably a good one to do. I'm just trying to grab as good as well. I'm grabbing everything I humanly can here, so we have a lot to do today. Lots to do. Alright. Resume. Check internet connection, yeah. We definitely don't want that going wrong. That's for sure. Definitely don't need that going wrong. Is everything done? Let me see. So we got ourselves a good collection of games to do today. How many did we get? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 selections. That is pretty good. And then looks like another one came in. So probably close to the 15, right? Yeah, you would think. So I'm going to grab all those, put them in. Should have a lot of varied types of gameplay to discuss today, which is always good, you know. You don't just want one style of game mode, it's better to have a variety usually. And we're going to have a pretty good variety today, from the looks of it. All of them are come in. Perfect. Alright, and what's the time now? Could probably close this hunky CPU destroying browser Chrome. And what's it look like on the timer? Oh, nice. So we're at 11 minutes now, so I should probably go cast some games. That'd be a great idea. Nice. So let me go to load. You see the core games. It's good to sort by time. Alright, so we got a lot of stuff here, it looks like. Yeah. Let me look for that Nitro one first, the Nitro Petard one. Here we go. It's called 1v1 Ranked Supremacy, FI and Nitro Glycerin. Yeah, this is going to be a really good one, for sure. Any last words before we cast stuff? Say now or forever hold your peace while I'm casting stuff. Alright, I'll take that as you're ready to go, and we will start right now. Alright, so it looks like United States versus Germany. This should be a very interesting 1v1, I think. And while we're at it, let me just make sure that my let me check my PC settings, because what I can do is make sure that we got the proper volume on here. Yep, and I can actually edit our volume settings back to something I normally do right now. Yeah, before we get into like super gameplay stuff. Yeah, what I do is I usually keep my volume at max, but I turn my volume on my monitor down to about 10, like that. Yeah, just so if you're wondering how I do my audio settings, if you ever want to copy them, just put your volume to like 10 on whatever monitor you're using in its sound system, and then you just max out all the sounds, the music, and everything up to 100, and it's normally going to be pretty clear for the sound, and still good enough for you to actually hear a human voice while you're doing that. So figured I'd teach you that now while I had to do it. Yeah, but anyways, this matchup is looking pretty interesting. USA versus Germany. Before we get started, check out the map, see what the geography looks like here. Looks like the map would be Mongolia, a very common map from my early days of AoE 3. In general, it's most notable for this big, or rather this teeny-weeny little trade route up here in the north with about 4 trade sockets on it. Pretty close to each other. If you can grab some of these, you're going to have a pretty good advantage, I think, throughout the rest of your match, for sure. Other than that, though, you're in Mongolia, so it's a lot of open, grassy steppe, and then more arid conditions as you move your way through the Gobi Desert down here. Overall, it's a pretty open map to set up raids on. So definitely a civ like Germany and its Yuans raiding all over the place for the hunts and everything is going to be a serious threat if you don't herd properly. You also get some good native selections here. You got the Shaolin, which is a good hand cavalry, essentially. Hand cavalry without the cavalry part. And then you got the Tengri Shrine, where you can get some good cav archers at. As well as these nice doggos over here. So, good variety of things on this map, for sure. For anyone looking for a variety of different strategies. But just make sure you don't end up like the countless victims of the Mongols on this map, because it is open and allows that sort of gameplay. Yeah. We'll see how this match turns out on this map for sure, though. Yeah. Alia's Germany is totally something we've seen probably a billion times by now. It's the good old HOA 1v1 deck. It relies a lot on cavalry as well as mercenaries at the helm of it, but you can do things like skirms as well if need be. So you do have that variety there. guessing from the recording name today, though, it's going to be a pretty clear situation what we're going to be seeing today. Now, whether it's effective or not, we will see. 100%. Just because a recording says that it does a particular build or something does not mean that it will work 100% of the time, right? That's important, because there's always going to be excellent builds out there, but they're not always going to win you games. They might get you close to winning games, but sometimes they just don't fall through, depend on what the opponent is doing. And that's why you always have to make sure that you pivot your builds as needed as you go along, right? And in general, when you're building a deck, make sure it can deal with the breadth of different situations, not just one little situation that, might help you against certain civs, but not other ones. Unless you want to build multiple duplicates of that deck type so you can, fold them to what you need for that particular civ, basically. I think in this case, HOA 1v1 Germany is going to be a good strategy here. The free Ulons you get from the German shipments are going to be able to run around this map and take advantage of this wide open plain. And you see these hunt placements over here between the Siaga and the Musk Deer. These are going to be prime target spots if you can't herd them back towards the TC properly. You got this hunt here that you start with, which is pretty reasonable to herd in general, but beyond these two here, it gets a bit tricky as you move on, so you gotta be careful of that thing. You either gotta protect it with like towers or forts, or you need to station units up there to protect that sort of an asset. Because the more villagers you lose, of course, the closer you are to end up being defeated, since villagers are at the core of what you're doing and how you actually produce things. So the deck we see today is a bit different. It's called HOA deck for ... What's ... Is this part of the text, or is it just a really long... Maybe it's an HOA deck for Unstoppable Steletsy. Wouldn't that be fun? Steletsy gets his own deck. Yes. What I see here, though, is a couple of differences. We see a little bit less emphasis on the mercenaries than we usually do with the Elia decks, but we see a lot more emphasis on natives. We see this powerful card right here, the Prince Selectors. It basically lets you pick... I'll roll over it again. Pick one of the many Germanic natives that exist in this game. You got the House of Oldenburg, which is more Danish. You got the Habsburgs, of course. You got the House of Hanover. You got the House of Wen, and then you got the Wittelbach, basically. So a wide variety of different Germanic-based natives with their own set of native warriors. And what happens with this card is you get to pick one of those natives and be able to train and upgrade their units. But the problem is, of course, is that allied units will now cost population and royal embassies and trading posts. Of course, to keep it balanced, right? Because if you're going to give somebody a bunch of new units out of that building, they have to, basically fit within the normal depth of your army, or else you're basically giving German armies a huge edge over the other ones, right? And we also have this other native-related card here, the Circle Army. Ships different German Royal House units each time in the following order. So it starts out with the Black Brunswickers, then comes the Mounted Infantry, and then lastly the Saxon Cuirassiers. And then once you cycle through that, it picks up again from the top and goes through the list pretty much. We even have a Saxon Cuirassier shipment here in Age 4. So this is pretty high on natives. And then, of course, down here, Demolition Squad. 4 Nitro Petards. This is what this whole recording is about. So we're probably going to see them at some point. Question is when, pretty much. Overall, it looks like Elia's sticking to the normal recipe he does with Germany. Starting with the 2 settler wagons. After that, the 3 settler wagons. And likely after that, the coin. It's pretty important to do that for greed, because as you know, one individual settler wagon is basically the same value as 2 individual villagers, really, in terms of its gather rate. So it's really a shipment of 4 villagers and 6 villagers, respectively, which is a lot more value than most civs get out of their villager cards, for sure. So definitely stick to those settler wagons whenever possible. And they also upgrade really well with the text as a result because their base gather rate is so high, you know. Cards like this for sure, Guild Artisans. This basically removes your need for other gathering cards like Refridge and Royal Mint because it basically does such a good job at beefing up the settler wagons. And then of course you can add a supporting one here like Eco Theory, which you see here. Which again, because the settler wagons have such a good base gather rate, it really acts almost like a 20% improvement rather than a 10% to your economy, which is quite good. And then picking up text at the market earlier is also key, since again it helps your settler wagons out pretty good. So yeah. My question though is, what is the USA gonna do here? USA has gone, it looks like Virginia. This is kind of interesting because we sort of saw this whole Virginia gameplay during the House of the Trading Post live stream that I was doing on Sunday. Go check that one out if you haven't already yet. It was pretty fun. But there I sort of learned that there's actually another option for people playing USA. It's not just Delaware and Pennsylvania, but you can also do Virginia as well. In particular, you get these really neat cards here, like the Virginia plan, that basically gives you 2 shipments when you send the card, basically giving your shipment back, plus another one. That, of course, if you haven't seen me play British in Wars of Liberty lately, really gives you a good power spike in your home city, especially when you hit age 3 and 4. Because what it means is you're going to be able to send 2 fully powered age 3 or 4 shipments depending on which age you're activating that in, which can really catch your opponent off guard, you know. Home city shipments are just so integral to the gameplay in Age of Empires 3 that it's what makes it both such a complex game and also a simpler game to play in terms of newcomers, right? In other Age titles, of course, if you have an issue with macro, there's no sort of button there to help save you, right? But in good old AoE 3, we got cards, so if you know you're not going to be able to gather that much res in a certain amount of time, send in a card, get some help. If you need a certain unit that you didn't plan for before, use the card to help you, you know? That's why AoE 3, I think, is so welcoming to the newer Age players than ones like AoE 2, where it's very neck and neck, basically, and if you don't have the exact instincts in place, you're kind of in deep trouble, you know? It's a lot more welcoming in AoE 3 because you can just ship your way around those problems. But it's not too unbalanced to the point that it's too easy, you know. Obviously, once that shipment's done, you're not going to be able to use it again until Imperial Age if it's a unit or crate or Belgian one, right? So there's that bit of balance worked into it as well. Looks like we see Kentucky over here. The good old Kentucky Hunters cards is the one I really like. Gives you access to some powerful outlaws alongside your sharpshooters, making it a pretty powerful shipment overall, I would say. Yeah, pretty powerful, you know. I think that's basically what we saw during that House of the Train Post game that we watched, you know. Basically gives you a bigger army of skirms to work with, so you can go for a pretty solid push once you get them and your Gatling guns out. Yeah. And overall, looking at this deck here, I see a lot of upgrades here, you know, particularly to the skirmisher line, but also to the heavy infantry as well. You can upgrade your Minutemen to the Marines here. Going for the Russian-American Company, though. This is a pretty solid card because it not only gives you some defenses in the form of 2 blockhouses, but it also really beefs up your hunting rate from your villagers, making your food economy that much better overall. Yeah, I keep watching these Yuans up here to see if they snag anything. All the while, we're seeing a bit of Explorer Wars up here over this trading post. Good old George Washington, or whoever that is. Yep, his name is George Washington. He's gonna take his trusty pistol out and stop that. Still looking for his axe, by the way. I don't know if we'll ever find his axe. That's a good question, actually. Will good old Georgie find his axe? The world only knows. Yeah. But, what's gonna go on now? So it looks like here We have some state militia, sharpshooters, veteran regulars, so a pretty good ragtag group of H3 upgraded infantry. Whereas Germany's going for the FI. It's going to be building some wall defenses, it looks like, a bit of protection. And we see an artillery foundry up. That can only mean one thing with the Leah. Petards of some kind. And with the good old nitro petards here from the demolition squad, I think petards is probably the way to go. Well, at least for Leah, he does it really well. He knows petards like nobody else knows petards. He's the expert of petards. Truly is, you know. I've never seen somebody use that many petards in my life before. And he does it so effectively, like he manages to get the forts down, the factories, even in like deathmatch mode. Just so effective with it. Right now, though, is going to use these two falconets from the engineer politician age up for age 4 to blast as much infantry as humanly possible. He's also going to send Minutemen out to help support them, which should make them slightly more effective over here. But now we see Gatling guns coming in. What are the Vils going to do? The Vils are going to join the fight. They're poor old civilians, but they can throw their blunderbusses up and hit them with the butts of their rifles. You know, they're pretty good at that sort of thing. You wouldn't think that they are, but hey, they're hardy settlers, surviving in the wilderness, so they must have some strength to deal with these invading forces for sure. Looks like those Minutemen will probably be finished up pretty soon. But you need a way to deal with those Gatling guns, though. That could be a serious problem here. Getting out the factories right now, probably a good choice. Either to get some production out of the stable, potentially, and get some more units as needed. Yeah, you should probably call back these Uhlans here and get them to come help. And maybe get some more Uhlans out of here. Use these factories to help beef up your resource acquisition and build a decent army to clean this up for now. We'll see, though. We'll see where it goes from here. And what's USA doing? So USA has been pretty annoyed by all this raiding from Germany. Basically stalling, I think, Germany a little bit more time here with this frontal assault. And maybe drying up some of his resources that he might have wanted to put on the front line there. He's going to be rolling out the rolling artillery once again, granting about 2 Gatling guns. And the next time it ship, it'll give you only 1 Gatling gun. And then from there, you go back on the gravy train to 3 Gatling guns once again. So the more times you send that card, the better off you usually are. You know, because you can cycle through 6 Gatling guns pretty quickly if you can manage to send it 3 times. Comes the factory over here. Other ones already constructed. Basically stalling for as much time as humanly possible. It's gonna swap these over to heavy cannons, though. These things are indeed very powerful. These are much stronger than your everyday falconet or horse artillery. They can take down a whole contingent of stuff. Not just infantry, but the artillery and buildings too. Pretty much. Very powerful thing. Going with the Yuan still? Does he have like an outpost to ship stuff? Not yet. I don't see one just yet. Wonder if he's gonna put like an outpost somewhere and try to clean that up somewhere. I think he's just stalling for time right now. He's got enough houses, which is good, because if USA were to burn those houses, yeah, those heavy cannons wouldn't be arriving, right? So you gotta make sure you have enough pop for that. Let these Yuans leave for now. Get these factories behind this protective area here that choke points up the infantry. And then from there we'll see where it goes. You know, first cannon's gonna come out right now. Right here, go into bombard mode. It's gonna get a nice shot there. And then the next heavy cannon should be arriving. He's gonna go after this heavy cannon because he has to. Let's see though, he's gonna probably try to shoot these right here. Ooh, yeah, good shot. That's for sure. Question is, what does he have over here? Yeah, he's going to get a town center up here. He's going to get his barracks up there. These heavy cannons are stalling for time pretty well. We'll say that. Crossbowman. Decent cheap skirmisher that you can protect the heavy cannons with. Well, factory 1 is down. Will the other factory go down? I would say try to get some more range stuff up and try to see if you can stall for a teeny bit more time there. Here comes a fort though. I bet he's gonna stick the fort right on top of this factory. Look at this very aggressive fort, right where the town center used to be. This is what you call military domination right here, sticking the fort right on top of your civilian center spot. The poor civilians trying to fight for their nation and God and country, but again driven back by these Minutemen. Minutemen are helping to clean up this area a little bit. Is that heavy? Yeah, that heavy can. Oh, yep, the heavy can's still alive up there. Picking up Blood Brothers. Wow, interesting choice. Wasn't expecting that, but then again, this is a very native-centered deck around a lot of the German native units, so this makes total sense. Gets him up to that strong guard upgrade. And also improves the hit points and build limit. The build limit of those native warriors as well, so that's pretty powerful. Look at this though, he's actually doing a fairly good job at cleaning up these infantry. And then more Yuans are gonna arrive. Is this can yep, the heavy cannon does barely survive. It means this cannon is gonna get another volley out before it crashes. Wow, the U1's protecting the heavy cannon, so this heavy cannon is still doing stuff. What's more is another heavy cannon is poised to come out pretty soon here. And then the namesake of the file is here, Demolition Squad. Nitro Petards are going to be preparing a pretty good counteroffensive, I can imagine. Yeah. Has anyone here even seen the Nitro Petards before? If not, they're basically like regular Petards, but they deal about 4.5k siege instead of the normal 1.5k siege. Which means they basically only takes 2 of these Petards to take down a fort or a town center, pretty much. And that's what you just saw right there. An entire fort getting wiped out by 2 measly units, right? And still 2 more Petards to take down this town center, actually. So this is looking really choppy if you're the United States right now. Because you're probably thinking, oh boy, I just lost a fort. I could lose my town center now. How did this happen? How did this happen? Nitro Petards and Aaliyah happened. You know, when you're playing against Aaliyah, you always have to be ready for the possibility that Petards will be used against you to the fullest extent. And when they do, you will totally change the way that you see that match. Because it is looking like a total USA win there, but once Nitro Petards are added into the mix, then you're the one on the life support then, pretty much. And that's what we just saw. Looking at this post game, pretty close in eco. USA had a little bit more food from their Russian-American company. But in terms of like military, Leah was playing a totally superb defensive game. Both with the villagers, with the factories. Just really good stalling game until we could get an effective snipe out of those Nitro Petards. That would be enough to force the United States to resign there, you know. Like, let's go back for a second and look at this, or actually we could probably look at here. Look at this score difference, you know. For all the pressure Aaliyah was under, he had a score of, like, 56k here, whereas USA was only 11k. This just shows you the level of value here that Germany's strategy was this whole time. Quite powerful, actually. That's why it's good for you to try different decks out and see which ones you like, you know. I think this Nitro Petard build is one that probably anyone could use if, you know, you're in a pickle and you got a fort near your base and you're looking for a way out and you don't think mortars are going to do it. Let's see if you can sneak the Nitro Petards in and do it that way. And best part is, you still got 2 more nitro petards that can be used to snipe a factory, snipe down a town center. It's different things like that, you know. Petard's the one unit you didn't think that could be so deadly to deal with, but apparently it is. Yeah, it could be pretty scary, I think, to those that aren't ready for it, that's for sure. Most definitely. Unfortunately, the blast ends the game. Here come the nitroglycerins. He made the shipment so convenient, 15 meters away, a big fort. You know, it almost made him pay for going for that such aggressive fort there, because normally I think he was thinking, oh, I got the fort right on top of him, so he's in big trouble now, man, mister. He's totally done now. There's nothing he can do. Well, you got proven wrong. Something did go wrong, and you paid the price for it, man. Totally. Yeah, 100% on that one. So now we're going to be doing... What game is this? Is this the... Let me see which one we did. I wanted to do another one first before we did this one. There, that it was... caught my eye. I could do in this war. I saw this 4v4 deathmatch Orinoco TR40 style. Wow, this sounds pretty interesting, you know. There's a reason why I want to do this one, because back in the good old days of the older Wars of Liberty versions, I used to spend countless hours doing Orinoco treaty games in Wars of Liberty. So this map has a lot of special meaning to me. And what makes it special is this is actually a really fun, interesting treaty map. Because what it is you got these 2 parts of the land here. You got this side of the land, and then you got this land piece here. You get this big mighty river that goes right in between the pieces of land. But right at the tippy top here, you get this crossing that's about this wide. Right? Except for this little bit of war here. But the idea is in treaty games, you sort of build your walls right along this river here. And everybody comes all the way down from down here, and they roll their way all the way over here. And it turns into a war to see not only can you break through the walls, but then you have to turn the corner and move south this way, in sort of like a U-shape almost, you know. It's kind of different, right? Normally in a treaty game, you're thinking going through a straight path, but here you have to take a complete 90-degree turn almost, almost like a complete 180 turn, really, and go this way and then come all the way down here pretty much, you know? Come from the direction that you came from to attack the enemy side. In that case, it's really fun, you know? So this is going to be a deathmatch one, which means 20k resources. Pretty interesting, you know. Is it really going to be treaty, or is it going to be like actual fighting at the first seconds of the game? You know, because either way, I think it's going to be a good match, you know. That's a long game, actually, 40 minutes. 40 minutes for me is like nothing, you know. Oh, 4v4 Kamchatka game. Yeah, we'll do that one afterwards. That one sounds really fun. But, definitely for these treaty games, or if it's not a treaty game, it's like a treaty game. I've been in Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty matches that have been 4 to 5 hours long. So this is like nothing for me. I could eat this whole match up, and go about in like one moment and cast it, you know. We should get like a 4 or 5 hour DE game recorded sometime. That would be fun, you know. Like hours and hours of warfare. The thing that sends the shivers down anyone's spine, wondering if they could handle it or not. I could, but could they? I don't know. But I guess that's a question for another day. So what is this? So this is a real one. Are they going to respect the treaty part of this, or is this like a real fight? Because I see them grabbing their churches right now. picking up that mercantilism again. They're nice 5 free shipments there. So it's looking like, at least from what I see here, like a real fight. A real battle. It is a real battle. I see the Minutemen being thrown at the front lines there. So this is a real deathmatch game. Very interesting. So what civs do we see here, and how is it going to like turn out? Like we got British with the Leah, Frosty is the Russians, another Russia, and then we have Singh is the Dutch. A lot of infantry, you know, between the British and the Russians in general. There's going to be a lot of infantry spam here. On the other side, though, you got Germany, France, Ottomans, and USA. And that goes up in some other interesting directions, like how are they going to sort of do their battling, you know. I think you're going to see a lot more unit variety out of that Angel Death team. I think, at least from the start, it's going to be a lot of infantry spamming for Aliyah and the 2 Russians. And maybe more riders out Dutch as a result. They seem to be setting up their interesting wall structures right now, though. We see, who's this, Aliyah here? Alright, starting to fortify some walls. This one right across this angle I see, as well as another one over here. It's basically like playing good old Orinoco Treaty, but it's not a treaty. You know, you can already start to attack each other. You know, and I already see instead of direct fights, we're seeing people start to set up their defensive perimeters around the river here. Just like it would in the treaty version, you know. If you're playing treaty on here, this is probably about the area you would see walls in. Only now they're pushed back a little bit at the start, because now you got people actually shooting at you right out of the gate here, pretty much. Yeah. Looks like, who'd this be? Russians with the good army of unstoppable guard Strelitzes here. Starting a bit of a skirmish with these Janissaries. We see war wagons develop up here. More Russian infantry on this side. Oh, but here we see the good old Feast Warriors from the map. Very interesting, you know. This map does have Carib natives on it, so if you like the blowgunners and how powerful they are as skirms, you're going to like this map. Now they offer a lot of strength to the player that can grab them, for sure. And what's the other native that you get on this map? I believe it's Mayans, right? But I could be wrong. Oh, it's Zapotec. Oh, the Lightning Warriors. Another good hand infantry. So yeah, some good native variety here for people that want to grab onto that thing, for sure. I would say, though, probably France should be getting the natives, because they get a lot of good native upgrade cards, for sure. So they could make some good use out of those blowgunners and lightning warriors, for sure, if they wanted to. And then again, they have their own natives, you know. They got the House of Bourbon card that they can use. But before we get into, like, the specifics of cards, we should see sort of how this battle goes here, because we see a Russian fort is being destroyed there. Coming team. Yeah, what's good old Orange doing? Orange is at home building banks and building factories. Well, as everybody else is getting destroyed up here. So he's gonna have to come up at some point and get some assistance, bring some assistance with them. Looks like they're making a move on to this blockhouse. This is like a full push over here, right? Yeah, we see the France coming up with Voltaguires, as well as some sharpshooters from the USA over here, dragoons and horse artillery of the Ottomans. We're seeing a big grouping of players in the spot over here, with a variety of units, you know, some light cav, some skirms, some artillery. This is going to be a pretty big push here. And it looks like the Russian over here is going to try to make a defensive line with these horse artillery and throw a bunch of unstoppable Strelitzes in the front of that. Which is going to be good and all until, of course, these Hussars get thrown in the front. So they're going to have to make sure that the cannons deal with these Hussars pretty quickly so they can move on to the big force behind them that's coming in. Yep, there was a attempt to push some Ottoman buildings, it looks like, right up against the wall, but that is going to be counteracted by a blockhouse still there from Frosty. Also, some aiding longbowmen from Aliyah is going to help in the cleanup of those forward buildings. Is there any attempt to put stuff... Yeah, USA is going to be trying to put some towers down here so they can establish a foothold on this side of the beach on the river. See if they can push out from here. It's going to be tough, though. You know, if you're getting pushed from the north here, it's going to be pretty tricky to hold on to that whole thing, really. A move of these horse artillery towards that blockhouse to see if they could try to snipe it. You know, if they can snipe this blockhouse, it makes holding on to this area of the beachhead a lot easier. So let's see if they do it. They're getting through there. Oh, they're already getting through all the way back here, is that? Oh, they were. Very disturbing. Sneeze. It's not as cute when Steletsy does it, right? Yeah. But I did it. Oh, this is cool. The good old battlefield construction card for the Ottomans coming into play. Essentially allows your Jans to construct racks, construct stables, and construct foundries. This is going to be really obnoxious for this defending team here to deal with, because you're always going to have to worry about Janissaries just plopping down and building a bunch of buildings on the front lines. Also, France is even putting down the fort here with the assistance of United States towers, forming more of a triangle around it. You know, you got one at the corner here, one over here, and then you got one in sort of like this angled midpoint almost. So yeah, building a good defensive structure here that's going to be able to deal with a lot of abuse pretty much and allow them to keep pushing in. This seems to be the area of trouble down here though, because this is where they've already crossed the beach and they're trying to make a push in this direction, which sort of puts them in the midpoint of all the players. You know, if they can press to this line here, that would be pretty fatal for this team here, because that's right where their economies are. So they're going to have to defend this area pretty heavily here, especially since it's not walled at this moment. But going up a little bit north up here though, we see a move by the Germans to try to construct up here in the north, and that's where we're seeing some fierce resistance by the British here to try to stop all that. You know, unfortunately the British, they don't have battlefield construction, so they need to legit take settlers from the Germans, I should say. Well, it's both cases, both for Germany and British. They don't get battlefield construction, so they can take villagers from their side of the base and move them. They do have to use villagers, yeah. What am I saying? Good old Joe Biden 3-3-0 moment, yeah, but you get the point, basically. Only the Ottomans, I think, in this match even have the battlefield construction card and can enjoy, you know, taking the same units that are killing the enemy units and just plopping out buildings with them. You know, everybody else has to risk throwing villagers from their economies and putting them on the front lines, which both slugs your economy a little bit doing that, and then, of course, if those villagers fail, then you have to wait for the villager queue to resurface again to train those villagers, and that's why, like, looking at this deck here. Well, does this deck have it? No, but what you see in, like, a lot of decks is that have access to it. You'll see, like, the medicine card in their deck just to allow the villagers to train a little bit faster, because, you know, there's a good chance that those villagers might actually end up dying, and you're going to have to basically send them out again, pretty much. You know, you're going to have to send those villagers to the front lines again and again and again, and they're going to keep getting killed, and you're going to have to do that for many hours, potentially, you know? Might not just be a 40-minute game, it might be an hour long, 2 hours long. It's like a constant thing that you have to be ready to do, you know, and that's why I think the Ottomans have a bit of advantage going in there, because they don't have to do that. The villagers could stay at home the whole time and let the Janissaries do all that building stuff for them, you know? Which it seems like they're doing pretty well right now. They're using a mixture of Janissaries, Cav Archers, and Humbarsi, but they're also got some bombards there pushing through the lines there. You just have to be careful of the culverins like this one from Frosty, which could... Oh, they got a clean cut of that one, though. They just have to worry about the Cossacks here. But they do have Cav Archers, though, to mitigate that. Cossacks being a bit of a threat here, taking out one of the cans because of their pure swarming power. Now we're going to see these bombards move forward once again, likely taking out blockhouses in the process. We see a grouping of British longbowmen here behind this wall, trying to build some sort of a defensive side over here. Also moving hussars into the river to try to stop German units from ganging up over here and trying to siege stuff, you know. Frosty tried to maintain some sort of a presence up here with the blockhouse, but it was destroyed, which is going to make the full responsibility of the defense here go up to Aaliyah at this point. Sending this other wagon forward, they're actually going to start walling on their enemy's side of the river now. Very interesting. Reason why you see a settler wagon there instead of a regular settler is just like how settler wagons can gather at double the rate of a regular villager. They also build at double the rate as well, because they're like two villas in one in terms of their design. So settler wagons construct stuff much faster than a settler does. So that way you only end up having to send like one settler wagon sometimes just to do all the work basically, and everybody else can stay at home and make their pretzels and their bratwurst pretty much. Yeah. Where's everybody's resources at? Is anybody really struggling for res? Looks like Ottomans are, USA is a bit, Germany is a bit. British is holding on strong in food and wood, so they're going to go more for pikemen and longbowmen, it looks like. So, yep, they got guard pikemen and they got the guard longbowmen with the yeomen. They haven't sent the siege archery yet, probably because they're not really going into that offensive yet. It's probably more, yeah, there's definitely more cards to send on the eco side, you know. The coin is, again, destroyed a bit, so they're going to have to start getting Royal Mint like they are now, and then they're going to have to move on to Textile Mill, Cigar Roller, and then, well, Rum Distillery helps everybody out, so they might want to prioritize that one. Now adding in Hussars as well as some Coves. A lot of these attackers here are using artillery, so you need to have some sort of a covert presence there to deal with any pushing artillery. A nice inspired flag planted here to help the USA units a lot in their push. Giving these sharpshooters and artillery just a needed push they need to keep going. You okay, Red? Need 300 pop. 300 pop? Where you get 300 pop from, son? You only get 200 pop. Yeah, that basically means we're going to have to get some soldiers up there from one of the allies to help out. I will try the back door. Good coordination between Frosty and Aaliyah there to try to deal with this threat over here. Because it looks like Germany's trying to push through on this wall here and trying to siege this set of buildings up, disrupting these lines here. Also using his blowgunners, these ambush warriors, to also begin a bit of a siege as well. If Germany can wreck this whole area, that means that this wall over here gets completed pretty much, and you're going to be pushing at this line now, which is probably not what you wanted, really. It's definitely telling, though, that the Germany, USA, Ottoman, and French team is already on the enemy side of the river and pushing in multiple directions here. Team plantation upgrade, 20%. Yep, good old team Rum Distillery of the British. Very good asset. Is this too far of a ford? Or should have it been closer to here? I can understand the construction has to be a little bit... Oh, yeah, that was way too far. I think a part of the factor was the silver mine here, which prevented the more defensive option. Good thing you got that fort down, because that would have been a serious pushing point there. You know, having a fort here, this means basically they're protruding out like sort of like this square angle here, triangular angle, and that could certainly be troublesome. Especially when you have to move Russian soldiers all the way up here to deal with the Ottomans over here, pretty much. Yeah, whatever you can do to hold that line, it's going to be really good. You can see the British are really packed with the surplus of food. You know, bringing in lots of cows, bringing in lots of herdables. Idle Frosty. You don't want Frosty to be idle. Because Idle Frosty means sudden death. Thank you. Oh, looks like Leah made the change to Rangers. Sacrificing some of that unit range and the siege archery effect for more damage against heavy infantry, pretty much. Yeah, much harder hitting unit, really. Doesn't, again, the textile mill next. The next good upgrade for the estates, pretty much. skirms. Let me see. So this Russia's starving a bit in wood. Dutch were a little late to the party, so they're doing a bit better here, you know. Looks like right now they're sort of... they're going for mercenaries. They're going with the Dutch States Army here. Basically pushing out lots and lots of the Zwart. Oh, not the Zwarts, the Highlanders here. Yeah. That's basically what the Dutch States Army card does. It unlocks Highlanders at your barracks, and it unlocks the Royal Horsemen from your stables. And though it makes your military units a little bit more expensive, it allows the mercenaries to move faster and train faster, making you effectively have a good mercenary spamming force, really. You know, and since you're the Dutch and you have lots of coin through your banks, going for a mercenary-only army like this of Highlanders is actually very possible. Send some wood, please. That means Frosty is running low. That's not good. You don't want Frosty to run low on wood, because that would not be good at all. Like, Dutch, please make Cove. Yeah, that's one thing you could do. Highlander Cove, that could totally be a good defense, I think. Because I think the Highlanders alone can do a lot of the unit tasks. You know, they're good against Cav, they get a reasonably good range attack against other things, so all you really need is a way to deal with artillery as the Dutch, which Culverins handles pretty good. Though they are going to have some problems now, I think, with all these Voltaguires being spammed down, though, from the French. Yeah, lots of skirmishers there. These Highlanders are having a bit of trouble. Highlanders are getting a bit being back there. Yeah, these skirms seem to be winning out pretty well. Is Dutch getting Colvies? Let me see. I don't see any Colvies from the Dutch yet, but I would say at this point it doesn't really seem like they need them, because the biggest problem is skirms. They probably just need some Hussars and maybe the Royal Horses from the stable to deal with that. Because it doesn't seem like Highlander is really the solution there. It's really not what you're looking for in terms of a solution, really. Yeah, these Voltaguires are going to be a serious problem for these Highlanders, and Dutch may consider making a different unit there. Even though he seems to have the... Well, his coin is actually pretty low, and you know, look at the cost of a Highlander, it's like 200 coin, right? Yeah, 200, so that's not a lot of coin you can afford to keep making these things in that number, you know. Basically, the I Am So Cool Russia's forced to come. Give some assistance now with a good old unstoppable Steletsy with some horse artillery. Okay, I think he's losing push. So it looks like they're waning a bit according to Leah. I mean, yeah, Germany's totally losing his push. Like, he's at the end of his res at this point. Is he, like, missing... Well, he's got the Germantown farmers and the guild artisans, but he still has all these resource cards he hasn't gotten yet. You know, he's going to be getting refridge right now, but still needs the agriculture, textile mill, cigar roller, and the rum distillery. So there's a good number of gathering cards that Germany still has yet to send, thus their low resource numbers right now. They're probably trying to be very conservative with their spending practices right now to be able to hold this line up here, because this is a whole sector of the push. You know, Germany falters up here, that now they can sort of creep down and crush them and squeeze them down here. What you definitely don't want is the purple team, you know, the purple Germany team. USA seems to, well, that I just saw that coin drop with that big push of Hussars, so unless they plan on doing like state militia or the regulars with them, they're gonna have to watch their coin there and make sure they're getting all the gathering upgrades. Yeah, they got all the gathering upgrades, so their eco is really not going to grow much better than it is right now, really. It's just kind of unfortunate. Armaments seem to be holding kind of reasonably here with their army janissaries and artillery. Armaments get some really good artillery, so they do pretty well in deathmatch, you know. Not all civs get direct upgrades from the home city for their arty, but the Ottomans certainly do, making them pretty good for going for these full-on pushes in the deathmatch game. And tried to go around them with the Cossacks and take a hit for the artillery. Is he going to get any of them? That Cossack is still alive, almost taken down that horse already. Huh, very interesting. He got the Eli Rage, not the Eli Rage. Aaliyah Rage? You don't want to lot. Aaliyah Rage, that's definitely very frightening for sure. It is. You don't want to deal with it, you know. Then the Nitro Petard starts spawning out of all the buildings and turns into a little inferno. You don't want to get Aaliyah Rage. You won't ever see the end of his Petards after that. That's for sure. Yeah, looks like they're, this is good. This is good. You got the Russia up here finally starting to push back this beachhead here that the enemy established now. And now you got this big form here of Highlanders ready to protect against any potential incursions of Handcav. I would just say, make sure you keep those Highlanders away from the skirms. You're going to burn through way too much coin as the Dutch. You have a lot of coin as the Dutch, but you don't have an infinite supply of it, so you do need to make sure you're not just throwing lines of Highlanders in there. That's something you do have to be careful of. Making some ships, some little bombards, it looks like. Were these shipped or were they? Yep, they were shipped. Probably going to keep that more in the back so you can keep using it. Just totally fine. Russia putting a fort up to here. For the Russians, any fort that they put down turns into a real nightmare, right? Because as you know, Russia can train their infantry near instantly, if not they train it instantly, actually. It's not near instantly, it's instant. So, you thought Unstoppable Streletsy was bad, just think of millions and millions of Unstoppable Streletzys being unstoppable in your base or on that defensive line there. You won't be able to break through. That's what you're seeing there. Looks like Ottomans are a bit stretched out here, like half of the form, this big line here. Whereas pink Russians are only pushing in from this little spot here. Throwing some proto chicks in the front, prior to act as a bit of a meat shield and do some decent melee damage, whereas the ranged infantry in the back do most of the shooting there. Also has some mortars active, trying to shell away at the Ottomans' frontal attack. I don't think the mortars are as key up on that battlefield because really whatever you destroy against the Ottomans, they can rebuild pretty quickly. You know, because the way Janissaries work with the battlefield construction. You probably want to make sure you're kicking out the United States buildings, kicking out the French buildings or the German buildings, because those ones, you know, they're going to have to send their villagers from home to go build those up again, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like a counteroffensive might be possible here. We see the British mortars here successfully pushing a line through here. They might be able to bust their way through here and start pushing on this wall around this area. We'll see though. We'll see how that goes, really. French pulling out the cuirassiers. Are those like train ones or are those shipped ones? That's the question. No, so he's training those. He's training them. Yeah, sometimes you'll see people send these from the home city instead of training them directly. And they're a pretty nasty unit to deal with, you know. What makes these cav particularly dangerous is the fact that they have splash damage. Instead of just affecting one unit, they're going to damage multiple units. Thus a very dangerous threat. That's why Porchix is probably the way to go here, because that's just purely destructive anti-cav power there, enough to beat back the cuirassiers and allow the unstoppable Streletzys to keep being unstoppable as Streletzys, pretty much. Yeah, it looks like unstoppable Streletzys are the name of the game right now. You know, big masses of them pushing back the lines of the USA and the French. But they gotta be careful. Look at those Gatling guns. Those coffee mill Gatling guns, they constantly shoot. Yeah, you gotta love coffee mills. Like, look at how fast these things shoot. They just shoot constantly. There's nothing you can do about it. Wow, the Dutch actually resigned? I just saw that. Why did the Dutch resign? Oh, rest in peace, we won. That was all ours. View map. Yeah, I don't want to look at that. Yeah, don't look at his view. But, like, look at this resources though. He has all this food, good amount of coin. I don't even know why he left. Like, you had it. He just, because now what's going to happen is now France and USA are going to be emboldened on this front, and they're just going to keep flowing out here now because they don't have this big army of Highlanders to worry about anymore. Yeah, this is just not good at all to be dealing with. Quite dangerous. Is the Germany at least... Oh, the Germany's recovered the eco quite a bit because they got all those eco cards except for the rum distillery at this point. So Germany can finally start to keep a steady stream, at least it seems like it, up here in the north. They are putting more wagons down here though to help out with this side because I think this team here really wants to push through here, get down this Russian fort and continue the advance down there since that battlefront seems a lot more successful. Especially because there's no walls down there. You want to go in the area, if possible, that doesn't have the walls set up in there. And that's probably the area that you're going to want to push from, if possible. German Uhlans as well as the Prussian needle gunners are going to try to sit here near this gate and at least protect over here. You know, even if they can't push, they definitely don't need a front opening up over here where they're being pushed on their side of the river, because that's something we haven't seen this whole game, is really the German side of the river is starting to get pressured at all. Though we do see it a little bit here from these mortars, taking out a tower over there, potentially taking out a wall piece, and that opens the way for potential raiding of Cav. Petards can move into there. All sorts of things can happen once you open a crack in that wall. It can get pretty risky. Putting up the rockets here. Now these rockets are pretty beastly. You know, these things are very dangerous. You definitely don't want to end up with these dealing with these rockets if at all possible. Like, look at the stats: 300 crush damage. Not even any malice against Cav. So these war wagons are taking that full frontal 300 damage to face when they hit them. Yeah, these things are crushing the war wagons, which are normally a tanky behemoth of 800 HP. So it really only takes like 3 direct rocket hits for a war wagon to get taken off its wheels at that point. Trying to move a mortar up here though to take out this isolated barracks. At the same time, you see German settlers trying to construct additional ones on their side of the wall over there. So we're seeing some constant moving shifts over here in the movement strategy. We see halberdiers being added for the French, mainly in response to this addition of Cossacks. You know, if it's one thing that you can do to stop a swarm of Cossacks, it's definitely halberdiers. You know, not enough people make halberdiers. They're severely underrated. You know, severely underrated because halberdiers have the damage quality of a hussar pretty much normally. Like, look at right here, even well, right now they're in cover mode, so it looks kind of meager. It like cuts in half, but if you get them out of the cover mode, the hand attack will go up to 36 really. That's close to a lot of handcap in the game, which means a halberdier can take out infantry, it can take out artillery, it can take out cap. It's got good siege. Halberdier is one of the more versatile units in the game, so if you can make a few of them to stop like a cav push and potentially use them to go after cannons and stuff, that's something worth considering actually. Nice, we see Aaliyah making a push on this side over here, trying to clean up the river pretty much, but you keep seeing German units flowing there to defend up there. Question is can the two Russians basically defend down on this front over here? That's the question. We'll see though. We'll see if they can pull it off. However, the United States has sent its one shipment of 5 rockets. It's about 5 rockets, and it's a pretty dangerous shipment because you already sort of know what it does for the British side, but shipping in 5 rockets on the United States side means that now they're going to enjoy that same level of crushing unit power and siege power to make the move onto this fortress over here. All the while, You got the French as well as the United States here trying to hold their side of the beach and try to make a move onto this fort over here. Whilst the Germans go on it solo against the British. British, though, are going to set up a wall of about 4 outposts with another wall of outposts behind it, trying to make it as hard as possible to basically fight on this river. Because Leah basically doesn't want this whole entire defense to crack. Wants at least this portion that's been walled up for a while to remain defensible. This is the German wall, by the way, just to show you how well Leah has been able to push back here. Germany hasn't even been able to enjoy this construction of walls on their side yet. Going back down over here, we see Gatling guns again. And this is the one thing that good old unstoppable Strelitzes don't want to deal with. Well, Strelitzes are indeed unstoppable. They're not unstoppable against a constant barrage of rapid-fire bullets coming out of a single Gatling gun. It's one thing they don't want to deal with. Now we see the French call upon their grenadiers from the Royal Decree. Armed with their trusty grenade launchers, they can offer a good amount of splash attack against all infantry, and some good siege as well. You know, like mini artillery almost. That's exactly what we see making a push onto that blockhouse over there. Cav archers making a bit of a attack on this side in the middle, and up here in the top we see Germany and British still contest for this northern side of the river here. We see a GG well played. It looks like the resignation of Singh, the Dutch, regardless of his constant resources of coin, forced them into a resignation. You know, I think if Dutch just stuck it out, and if they didn't want to do Highlanders, they could have potentially did another mercenary, or they could have provided some slightly more expensive troops because of the Dutch State's army card. They could have stayed in there, you know. Like, let's look at the post game though and see statistically where we're at here. At this point, we see Team Russia, from the looks of it, Leah did excellent in eco. Leah had the best eco. And you can already sort of see why when you look at the food values. Leah maintained the highest food value by his use of herdables and the use of the fulling mills, basically, card to make that gather rate from the herdables 300% faster. You know, eating enough cows and sheep basically kept his food eco in tip-top shape the whole entire match. But as we move into the rest of the players there, you see, in particular, that the France was doing pretty good, and the Germany was doing pretty good. So they were bastions of economy, and sort of USA and Ottomans were sort of on the same level on their side, you know. Yeah, it looks like the Russians didn't do too bad either in eco, you know. So that's why this was such a lengthy fight there. Not just because of the shape of Orinoco, but also because everybody was sort of doing what they were supposed to economically. In terms of the military performance, though, this is a big marker in Deathmatch. It looks like Pink Frosty, as well as the other Russia, made a lot of units, as you can imagine. That's sort of the way you do Russia. You get both the fencing school and the dueling school for training, and you just send out waves and waves of infantry. In terms of performance, though, it looks like the Frosty was managed to get about 1.2k unit defeats on there, whereas the other one got slightly more. But in terms of like overall military performance and kill rate, it seems like Ottomans just did exceptionally well over here, with almost 2k kills overall. France falling a little bit behind that. We saw them constantly send out Voltiguyers, then they were mixing in Cuirassiers and Halbs at certain points. The French overall did pretty good here, and I think the French were actually the ones that forced the Dutch to resign, because I was noting there how Dutch thought it was totally fine to make Highlanders and nothing else for a while there. And France just said, you know what, We're just going to make waves of Voltaguires with their full-on anti-heavy infantry multipliers and just blast them down pretty much. So that was just a really good strategy for them to do overall there, you know. With all that Highlander spam, and Dutch only got like 406 kills out of all that. So, I mean, yeah, it just shows you that maybe, just maybe, they should have looked for potentially other mercenaries to mix in as well, you know. You definitely have the Royal Horseman as an option. I think you got the Stradiad renamed as the Red Lancer as an option too, with the Royal Decree. Potentially there was some other ones at the Saloon that could have been called upon as well. So definitely when you're going in as the Dutch, mercenaries are great, but you gotta potentially add in other things like artillery as well. There was even that Russian teammate that said, you know, add some culverins in. We need culverins. We need to stop these lines of artillery, you know. Armaments in particular with their bombards being a serious problem. And then at the end there, USA just unloading those 5 rockets. Just a really bad situation overall. 100%. So this is the one is this the one that we were going to do before that one? Let me see. Yeah, I think so. Oh, HVNY. I'm off. Gotta go. Good to see the stream again. We'll watch tomorrow. Yeah, we'll definitely be giving you plenty of things to watch tomorrow then, for sure. We got a lot of games to do today, and a lot to cover. So now we're going to be doing this 4v4 rank supremacy, petards and boats. That sounds like something out of Nightmare Fuel, right? Somebody just taking a boat, throwing a bunch of petards in the thing, and just unloading them into some random beachhead somewhere and causing some problems. Yeah. Well, actually, if I recall, isn't there isn't there home city cards, I think for the Asians, that have petards inside of boats or something like that? I believe so, yeah, if I recall. It's been a while since I've done the Asian dynasties in depth, but I recall there was like either a card or yeah, it was the home city. There was a card that had boats with petards in it, so that idea has been played with by the devs before, so that's definitely something to worry about. So how's this match going to work overall, though? So, looking at the title of the recording, we see there is indeed water here. We got these pretty wide river here that instead of just being a straight line, you got this little bit of a circle here of land, this little island in the middle of the river, if you will, where the trade route seems to continue, right? The name of the map would be Kamchatka, pretty much. It's in good old Siberia. You know, basically the Pacific coast of Russia, pretty much. The Kamchatka Peninsula. And what makes this map pretty infamous in ranked games is because you got these different layers of it. Different layers of the onion, pretty much, you know. You got one team on this side over here, with one of the trading posts falling on their side of the land. Then you get this little island here that protrudes into the middle-ish part of the river that has 2 more trading posts on it. One on this side, one on the other side. You got mines in here, you got animals, you got trees, you got everything. It's a pretty big mass. And then up here you got the enemy side with another trading post belonging to them, pretty much. No natives on this map, though. It is Siberia. You don't want to live there unless you have to live there, right? But this isn't the only area that you can cross, basically, which would be in this sort of area over here. The blue areas is the water that you can cross on. You got these other little crossings here. This one up here in the super duper north up here. And then you got one down here in the... Well, you actually don't have one down here. It's sort of part of this over here. You got a bit of a connecting piece to the little island thing that I mentioned that helps you to do that. Then you have another little piece here that does that as well. So there's really like 3 ways to cross onto this big island. And I think this is going to be really what determines how this match is going to go. Somebody's going to get some boats on this river, and they're going to sail them around, and they're going to be dropping petards somewhere. Probably over here. Well, actually, no, this Aaliyah's over here, so they're going to be getting dropped on this side. What am I saying? Yeah, if somebody tried to petard Aaliyah, that would be very unrecommended because Aaliyah is the demigod of petard play. So if you can petard on Aaliyah, you could petard anyone. And that is 100% true. Had to swallow some water. You gotta stay hydrated during the streams. You're gonna be talking for a long time. So if you don't drink water, you're gonna get dehydrated, your head's gonna squeeze, and you're not gonna want to stream anymore. So you gotta keep that hydration going. 100%. Let's see how this match goes. The title already said enough for me that I want to see this thing. So yeah, we'll see where the boats part comes in and where the petards part comes in. It's gonna be really fun. And what are the teams like? We got 2 British, a Germany, and a Dutch. And then we have a Dutch, a British, a Portugal, and a Spain. You got some interesting avenues on all sides of this. I think in general one of the themes you got is a lot of economy, British are going to be great with economy since they get these wonderful houses called the manor houses. They're much more expensive than your everyday house, but when you finish building it, you get a free villager. That free villager can be a really good source of economy for you, because of course you can have up to 20 houses, which means maxing out on your manor houses of the British puts you 20 villages ahead of your opponent, really. Considering that the British do indeed get regular villager cards as well, so it's not like they're behind in any sort of way in terms of the home city side of villages. So they're really ahead in all those areas, And then, of course, the Dutch are super economical because of their banks and how well they can flow in a lot of coin. And then the Portuguese on the blue team, if you want to consider this color here, Portuguese are super economical because their town center booming, right? Every age up you get a covered wagon. More town centers means more queues of villagers, so that's pretty much a given. Even Germany is economical because you got the whole settler wagon logic of your economy that you can beef up with the guild artisans, with the refridge, royal mint. Just works out really well for you. So what I'm going to be wondering here, I think, is number one, what is Aaliyah doing? What is Aaliyah doing? Because Aaliyah's the star of the show, right? We all come to see Aaliyah. Everybody else is great, but Aaliyah is just that much greater usually. So it looks like it's going to be a 4v4 random. We got factories, we got the infinite rocket shipment. Of course, all the herdable cards. You couldn't be Aaliyah if you didn't have these 4 things. But we do have some mercenary shipments, We got the Highlanders, and then we get those native Hanover drummers, basically. But they basically improve your unit stats. They move faster and they attack faster, If you know a lot about Napoleonic Warfare and the Napoleonic era-based warfare games, the drummers are always like the rallying unit, that helps your units perform a task better. That's exactly how they work in Definitive Edition too. Going up with the governor. Hello there, governor. Good old chap. Go up with 200 pounds and outpost wagon, yeah. What's Germany doing? I'm kind of curious about Germany now. Like, are they going super eco? Are they going... This is looking more on the aggressive side from Germany. I don't really see any sort of, economic consideration besides the basics and getting some settler wagons out. The capitalism and then the... Well, they do have the guild artisans, though. But they don't have the German town. Oh, they actually have a textile mill. Why wouldn't they get Royal Mint, though? Why wouldn't they get Royal Mint instead? Because Royal Mint also helps the mines just as much as it does the estates. I don't know. But the other thing I note here is the focus on mercenaries. Number one, you got the Witch Hammer here, which allows Inquisitors to be made at your tavern pretty much. As well as other buildings too. It says town centers, churches, and outposts. So basically no heresy takes place. And then good old mercenary camps. This basically gives you access to really all the Germanic mercenaries in the game. good number of them. You know, the Lanich, the Jaeger, the Giant Grenadier, the Pander, and the Blackbriar, which is basically covers all your needs almost, except for hand cav, right? Now, Pander being a counter skirmisher or an anti-skirm, basically a skirm that kills skirms. Blackbriar being a dragoon. Jaeger just being a solid skirmisher all around. Lanich being hand infantry, and then the Giant Grenadier being, well, a grenadier that's also a giant, right? So much of a giant that he doesn't throw his bombs. He has a big giant grenade launcher that shoots them out of them, making him a very ferocious beast to deal with. Yeah, right now it's going to be pretty slow and steady, I think, and then we're gradually going to see some warfare develop, or some strategies to develop. Dutch going for a livestock pen because they have all these goats from the map over here. Very nice. What does he have for a deck, actually? I'm curious. We'll see, though. Cuando las olas bajan? God. So, I mean, he's got the pretty standard Dutch package, I would say, in terms of cards. You know, the necessary crate cards, bank wagon, all the bank build limit improvers here between Amsterdam, Rotterdam, as well as religious freedom, the tulip speculation, so pretty good eco there. And what about the other Dutch? Other Dutch is looking more in the direction of... these are good difference in cards, I would say. I mean, we don't have the bank wagon, so definitely a lot less useful in like a combative situation. But you do have some interesting ones here, like House of Nassau. This is a really good market card. Good team card, I should say, because it basically gives everyone a market wagon, and it makes all the Age 1 technologies, hunting dogs, placer mines, gang saw, and the ones for the villies, basically free, you know. Gives you a really good start on your eco and can save your allies 100 wood that they can put down into either another house or potentially even a trading post, which can move things along pretty quickly. Yeah, this is also a pretty nice team card here as well. Frugal Constructions. Gives everybody a trickle of wood, as well as allows basically your trees to last a bit longer when you're chopping them, which is both good for the environment, makes you a big green on Earth Day, but also allows you to get more wood out of a tree, thus getting out more artillery, more military buildings, and especially ships and petards like the recording said, so we'll see how that turns out, right, for this team here, the King. Yeah, definitely Aaliyah could have used that. Oh yeah, that is Team Aaliyah, so Aaliyah's going to begin more wood chopping, looks like, for his petards and his boats, whenever he decides to do that type of thing, you know. I've never thought of that as being a real strategy on this map. Like, I've always seen people work with the crossings on the map whenever possible, but I've never seen anyone make boats on this thing before. I've seen people basically, yeah, like doing this, making choke points on the walls, but never really doing anything significant beyond that. Yeah, pretty interesting. Oh, interesting. Didn't he named his explorer Aaliyah, but the letters are upside down. That's pretty cool. Using a different alphabet, pretty much. I recognize the lambda there, but I don't know what the other characters are. I don't know too much about prostigma. Too much. Yeah. Yep, you learn lambda when you study science for sure. Particularly physics. But I know these are ones though. Well, I actually recognized the big E when I was doing computer science actually too. Doing conditional statements, yeah. So where's the bell lines going to be drawn? It looks like we see a wall from the King, Pink Dutch up here. Some banks being placed on the corner over here as well. Also some orange wall being developed on this side over here. Whereas blue is walling over here. Finish wall. Yep, put some walling over here because you don't want them running right into here, right? If you're going to wall, you wall 100%. You don't wall 80% or it's just don't wall at all. You know, just let them run right in and attack them with pikemen or something. I don't know. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you gotta build your walls 100% if you want them to last. Really. Now we see an age up to the bishop for this Dutch. Quite a good politician because it grants you a covered wagon, which, you know, saves you about... How much of these? They cost 500 wood in D, right? Yeah, saves you 500 wood in putting out a town center. Good discount, you know. Picking up log flume as well. Definitely helped out that the Dutch ally essentially gave him an early free gang saw, so they could get right into that log flume right away. What's Portugal doing deck-wise? Yeah, yep, that's exactly what I would expect. If you're going to be playing on this larger map as Portugal, they're most likely not going to have too many like rushing style cards. They're mostly just going to go full treaty style deck, you know. It says Ardcav Anti-Mer, M-E-R. What's that? General, we see, like, I think all the... Well, we see the ranged infantry combat, the gunpowder infantry combat, and the gunpowder infantry hit points. We do see dragoon combat, order of Aviz, artillery hit points. So yeah, good number of the ranged unit upgrades here, as well as grape shot for the organs. As well as the one for the mortars here, range finding. So yeah, this is looking like a pretty much artillery cavalry style deck with some support for the muskets and cazadors as well. We see a bit of military presence on the center island now from the Dark Plagueis the Wise British here. And we see some from Germany, some Uhlans here too. Picking up the 1K coin now. The quicker Portugal can age up, the better off it is for them, because again, they're going to get another covered wagon out of that, right? We're in age 3 now, so Portugal already has 3 town centers, right? You got the 2 up here, and then you got the R1 constructing from the covered wagon down there. And then they have this card here called 2 covered wagons, which gives you 2 more town centers that you can build as well. It ups the build limit, as you see here, by 2, which means Portugal in age 4 can have up to like 6 town centers, right? That's pretty severe, you know, pretty severe threat to your opponent, because it means, hey, if the opponent takes out some of their villies, they're going to be able to recover those numbers fairly quickly. I was just trying to see what that was. It's a rock. It's a very... Yeah, is that like a stump on the water? Might be a stump. Trying to figure out what that was. If that was a rock or a stump, that's probably a stump, you know. You visit lakes and stuff, sometimes you have stumps in the water where a tree used to be. Yeah, definitely. Oh, I was throwing some hussars on... Using this gate as like a retreating spot. Very interesting. It's probably going to see if he can wipe out some villies along the way there. Pretty much. Yeah. Putting up a fort over here. Yeah, probably wants to at least get established on some side of the big island here. Racks coming up from the Yellow British. This is a fort from the Dutch, so yeah, they're going to have to start... These guys over here are probably going to have to start coming down here and saving this big island here.
On the other side, you got Spain building a fort as well. Which gives me the question, what is Spain doing here? We haven't really looked at the Spanish deck. So, Spanish deck, we see mostly economic. Well, a little bit economic. We got capitalism, we got the cigar roller, the textile mill. Do have the benefit of viceroyalty of Spain. Made sure to get out the Spanish gold as much as possible because basically the earlier you send this out, all your cards after that will give you basically 330 coin, which is really going to be a good boost. 8 Fusiliers. Kind of an interesting pick. This one's pretty good, Peninsular Guerrillas, because it basically gives you skirms some good damage overall. Well, it looks like here for musket units, it only gives them 10% damage improvement, and then for the skirms, it's 20%. I sort of understand why they did that, because 20% for a musketeer means a lot more like overall range power than it does a skirm, which starts out at a smaller number, right? The idea of the skirms is they have smaller range damage because they have strong multipliers, whereas muskets don't have any multipliers with their guns, so they could have like a higher base range attack, pretty much. They always have to make sure they account for that when they're balancing the stats on the cards. Looks like Aaliyah's setting up a bit of a position here with some veteran dragoons and some veteran hussars. Probably looking to do some damage sort of in this area, perhaps. Yeah, it could be. Spain doing the good old missionary play. Has the unction card, so these things will definitely be boosting up nearby units. That's totally for sure. It's like 2 on the Portugal and Spain team. All 3 of them are already in Industrial Age, so they're moving along pretty quickly. But it does seem like on the Plagueis, Leah, I Am Rake side, they're focusing more on getting their score up than they are with their age up times, which is totally fine.
¿Sí? Preparado. ¿Qué me ordena? ¿Sí?
Scouting along the river line there with the Lancers. The riverbanks, I should say. Yeah, these Lancers can be pretty dangerous, you know. They got some pretty good multipliers. Like, if you're a lonely skirmisher, this thing is actually doing as much damage to you as a Imperial Hussar would. 60 damage. So you definitely don't want to be an infantry unit. Like, even this Explorer here has the infantry tag, so he could get totally decimated by these Lancers if they wanted to stop and... Yeah, stop shooting at him. Get your little monkey, Duber the pet monkey there to stop scratching his ankles. You know, they could literally stop there and stomp you very quickly. So I added some Hussars in there as well. Looks like they're looking for an opening to try to raid some stuff. British trying to make a move on this wall that's been here for really much of the game now, seeing if they can make their own attack on there. This could be pretty dangerous, you know. Let's see how they respond to it. What does Alea got in this deck in terms of infantry cards? Doesn't have Yeoman or the siege archery, so these longbows are really not a long-term investment. From what I see here, he's probably going to go over the Rangers at some point and take advantage of Advanced Arsenal to get them some improved stats, it looks like. Yeah, that's probably what I would do in that case if you're not going to run those cards, you know. Whereas the longbows feel more like super long-range units that shoot very fast but have weaker damage. The Rangers are shorter range and shoot slower, but they have a whole lot of damage for every bullet that they shoot. going for the Cav combat first, though, before he hits into that Royal Decree. Okay, you have like a lot of these Blue Guard Musketeers here by Dutch, so you're definitely going to need archers to shoot your way through that, as well as these dragoons, you know. Dutch used to not be able to train musketeers, but essentially what happened was they ended up releasing a card for the Dutch called Blue Guard, which lets you train musketeers renamed as Blue Guards from before that now get field promotions. As you can see right here, these field promotion means you get like a bronze rank, a silver rank, and a gold rank. You know, with every rank and increase it now to gold rank, it means its hit point promotion is up to 20% now rather than 15%, making it basically like adding another veteran upgrade's worth of hit points to the musketeer just because of the number of kills it got. Whereas this one here gets the measly bronze rank because it only managed to kill one thing. Give it a hit point improvement of only 10% rather than 20. Yeah, it's sort of like the same thing you see in 0 AD. You know, in 0 AD, basically your warriors, the more units that they kill, the more elite they become pretty much. Same concept with promotions in Definitive Edition, if you need an analogy, you know. Yeah, I'm surprised they waited till this long to have something like field promotions add to an Age game. Yeah, pretty surprising, because it's such a cool little feature to work with. I don't think it's the first time, though, that they basically had the field promotion feature added to an Age game, because the Nintendo DS title of AoE 2 had field promotions as well. Like if it was your turn and you sent a unit to attack an R1 and it fought about 3 times and survived, the unit would get a promotion in stats up until they reached about 9 fights, not kills, just fights, on the board basically. Like it was like a big giant chessboard almost, the way it's designed because it was turn-based. It would basically get 3 promotions during that period. Oh, Leah says I'm going to make a boat and build on their side. It's Leah time. It's Leah time. Leah doesn't play the normal way. He builds boats and fills them up with petards and sends them across there. Just handle those hand calves. Here comes the petards. You're gonna lure them in the boats, it looks like, and they're gonna become one scary thing to deal with. Yeah, I don't know. Right here. Huh. See how many it makes in the end. That should be pretty interesting. Should be. Definitely should be. Oh, you're going to load them into a caravel. The Resolute caravel. That caravel is resolute to become a explosive device, basically. Does he know about... Does Blue know about this? Let me find Meze. Does he know about this? He does not know about this. And he's got a galleon, too, which is... He does not see this. He does not see what's going to happen. He's got the army there, though, so that could actually get stopped very quickly if Leah's not careful. He has to wait for these cab to go across, and then land them in there and start popping things. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely looking pretty interesting, to say the least. Definitely 100%. Need Cav. Get some Cav. Yeah, this has been a pretty big fight up here, too. You see the Darth Plagueis, the Wise's musketeers up here, as well as more of his musketeers. We also see some Alea dragoons. Pink is just standing guard up there, ready to do some pushing. Where's Purple? What's Purple doing? What's the Purple Nurple doing? Oh, whoa. Here's the highlight of the match right here. So you got P-Tards, right? Big stack of them. They're going to start blowing up town centers. Town center gone. And something else is going to be gone too if you're not quick on your feet. You got to get something like... This is like the highlight of every Alea game is to see what he blows up with P-Tards. Oh, nice. Doing some damage to that TC. These P-Tards are getting away, though. They're running away. I think he's got enough to take out another town center, right? See, he's flagging. He's telling them, get your stuff over there and shoot those things. Get your stuff and shoot those things. But no, he's going to get to another town center here. Look, he's flagging it. He's like, oh, look. Look what I'm doing. Look what I'm doing, Mommy. Mommy, I'm blowing up a town center. Yeah, there you go. Oh, he's going to go after the Hacienda? Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. That's horrible. You know, you can't rebuild these Haciendas once you lose them. That's like sinister right there. That is sinister. That's pure evil. It's a war crime going after the Spaniards' Haciendas. You know, I can't rebuild those. Looks like the Germany has popped out there and is currently shooting at settlers, committing actual war crimes against civilians. All the while you got Alea's navy there supporting the push. The one caravel and the galleon there basically pushing that. How's this fort doing? Well, here's the thing. If you're going P-Tards, you probably could just hug this fort wall here with a bunch of P-Tards and get that down rather quickly. I would say with pretty much good certainty. Oh no, look at these organ guns though. Does he have the grape shot on these yet? Because that's a pretty impactful card. Yeah, he's got the grape shot, so these things are actually going to be obnoxious to deal with. Better rate of fire, more splash, and removes the packing animation, so it acts more like a Gatling gun then. Look at these organ guns and that huge wall. Wow, look at that. Even spraying out hand cavity. Very impressive work by Portugal there with this big wall of organ guns. Whew, very interesting. Let's see if he, some culverins there. Culverins act as a bit of a distraction so the organ guns can get a more effective volley there in the back. Do we get another P-Tard attack by Alea, or is that it? Is that the end of the legend of P-Tard Alea? Oh, Pink Dutch are finally doing a push up here in the north. Everybody's busy down there, you know, playing organ gun hit and run tactics down there, and Pink Dutch have a free key to the kingdom now and going right for his base. Fortunately, though, he's walled, so it looks like he's got some time to react to that on that front. Oh, P-Tard. P-Tards in boats. Come into the boat again. Now they're moving in for another strike. Question is, there's some hussars there. Does he find it in time or does he not find it in time? Well, he gets civils into the town center, so he knows that something is up with that. He's using the town center fire to take out one of them. Can he get that one down, though? Yeah, oh, yes, that one just went down. Pink, go. Go, Pink Power Ranger, go. Got 3 layers of walls that blow up. Go. You'll get far. Get far. Oh, yeah. Gotta love it. Gotta love that one for sure. %100% on that one. Yep, most definitely. Picking up the counter infantry rifling on the Portuguese side. Do you see any heavy infantry there at all? Yeah, it helps. So that'll probably help quite a bit with that. Seems like the Brits up here, though, are kind of struggling for res. Look at all the food that they're going through, all the fish and chips that they're losing to get this army moving forward here. These two British are like losing steam in terms of their. Yeah, both British are. Like this British up here fighting with each other, not doing too well up here. It's like the German artillery though is going to be the main driving force on this side. Longbowmen and dragoons looks like coming across the channel there again. Or no, they just walked across that time. Look at putting a strategic outpost over here for some line of sight, maybe to grab that mine over there too. Fortunately though, Highlanders are going to be sent in from the Cuando las Olas Bajan Dutch. You know, that's one of the advantages you get with the Dutch, you know, is the ability to train Highlanders with the Dutch States Army card here once you send that. Who resigned? Oh, Meze did. The Spain resigned, so it's looking like pretty much almost the end there for their team. Yeah, they have one less member now to help them defend, and that's not looking really good right now. Not very sharp at all. Look at what these Highlanders can do, though, against a group of, dragoons. They got really good range attack, 94 range attack? Oh yeah, because he aids up with the mercenary contractor in Imperial Age. What that does is basically it gives all your mercenaries 50% better stats on hit points and attack, making them really beastly to deal with. But how much coin does he have, though? He's got a fair amount of coin. He could potentially clean this up if he's very careful. We'll see, though. Oh, Blue is out. You're just realizing this now, man? He's been out for a while. It's been a while, yeah, see? Even Dark Play Against the Wise knows it. Could even stop himself from death and he knows it. It was petarding him still. I mean, man, if you're going to be petarding against some players that already resigned, that's kind of mentally petarded, man. As in petarded. It's totally petarded to do, so make sure you're only petarding the living, not the already resigned. Or that's going to look like a really petarded move on your part. Most definitely. I mean, hey, looks like it worked though. Basically got this Dutch boy here trying to get as much mercenaries as he can out of these racks here, getting all these Highlanders out. But eventually, yeah, Highlanders are just not going to cut it once you get these longbows coming into full fruition here. And when these become rangers at some point through the Royal Decree, then you're really going to be looking into some serious problems there for sure. Definitely got to be on the lookout for that one. Anyone else gonna I mean, I'll be fair, that Highlander wall is looking a little daunting there. Actually is taking out cannons. Nice artillery rake. What, the Culverin and more play in the back there? 5 plus 5 plus 5? A 5 by 5 by 5. Sounds like something you'd order at a breakfast place, you know. Yeah, oh yeah, they have it at IHOP, right? The 2 by 2 by 2. You get 2 eggs, 2 pancakes, and 2 of the 2 eggs, 2 pancakes, and 2 of the types of meat that you want. Either 2 pieces of bacon, 2 pieces of ham, and 2 pieces of 2 sausage wings. So yeah, that's where it comes from. Imagine a 5 by 5 by 5 though. That'd be like the mega eat version of that. You know, I could probably eat a 5 by 5 by 5. You know, 5 eggs, 5 pancakes, and 5 pieces of bacon or ham or sausage. That'd be a pretty good filler, honestly. Especially from IHOP, you know. International House of Pancakes, for those that don't know what that is. Yeah, it's looking like the end here. There's just one British left. One tea and crumpet man left. %. Oh, it's Kempy. Yo, what time you can play the game today if I not buy the early access? Not. You're talking about Age of Mythology Retold? For Age of Mythology Retold, you have to wait until September 4th, tomorrow, to play the game if you didn't buy the early access. So, luckily for you, you don't have to wait very long, you know. You will be able to play sometime tomorrow. I don't know when. They're probably going to put some sort of little announcement out on the Age of Empires Discord maybe and just say when they're going to release it to the people that don't have that extra $20 to get the premium, but we'll see, you know. I would still highly recommend you get the premium access, even though you will be playing the game tomorrow regardless, just because you'll be able to play as Freyr, which you've seen me do him. He's an excellent god. So get Freyr. I would get the premium version now just to play tonight and to do Freyr, because Freyr's totally worth it. And not only that, but you'll already have the access to the 2 DLCs, the first 2 expansions when those come rolling out whenever. You know, the first one, which is going to be China and potentially Japan, and then whatever the next one's going to be. I hope they just don't do China for one and Japan the next. Hopefully they do China and Japan first, and then do Inca and Aztecs in the next one. That would be perfect. At least I think it would be. You probably think so as well, you know. What's better than having two Pantheons in one DLC? That'd be like unheard of, you know. Yeah, definitely. I think the problem is, though, it takes a lot more work coding-wise and development-wise to do a AOM Pantheon than it does in Age of Empires 3 Civ, even. Like, for Age of Empires 3, you can normally get 2 Civs out in a DLC for it to be, like, reasonable work. For AoE 2, you can usually do 4 to 5 Civs in the DLC, depending on what it is. Just because the Civs are a lot more simpler, and then Age of Mythology in the past, you can only like get 1 culture at a time because of, you know, the work on the myth units, the human units, all the technologies, all the god powers. It's like a whole overhead project to do, so I can totally understand why it takes. They can only get like 1 culture at a time there. Yeah. Getting back to this match though, look at these post-game numbers. Some really big resource grabbers here. You know, first time in like ever we see Aaliyah not having the most eco in the entire game. You know, these Dutch behemoths, Darth Plague Against the Wives, Portuguese, they had some really good resource outputs. But Spain, though, only like 40k resources. Probably kind of small compared to everyone else, and it solely explains why they resigned so quickly, I would say. Yeah, definitely. You know, you can usually tell that score-wise, like when somebody's on the lower end of the resource tree, that they're going to be the first one to drop out usually. It's because they're not macroing as hard. British doing a phenomenal job. Yeah, like really it came down to all these Dutch players, the Germans, the Portuguese, and this British here that did a lot of the action, you know. Well, yeah, actually did pretty well. But 23 raises, like really? Petard. I wonder how many of these losses are really from petards blowing themselves up into buildings. I don't know. It's a good question, actually. Good question indeed. Yep, 1 second, I'm just gonna open the light in my, put the light on in my dining room right now. It's starting to be that time of night when things start getting dark. And I don't want to be in a dark room. I like to have a little bit of light in here. Yeah, so I'm gonna go do that briefly. It'll take like 1 second, and because the light switch is literally on the other side of the table, thankfully. Yeah. Alright, back from my very long walk. It was a short walk to put the light on. I think the next fun game would probably be this one here because, well, it says it's a funny game. You know, I don't have to guess if it's a fun game or not. The recording literally tells us that it's a fun game. It says, funny game, a lot o. What does it say in the Discord? A lot of what? Exactly. What is it a lot of? Let me find out. See where that one shows up. I don't know. It says it's funny. Why is it funny? Are we gonna laugh? Why are we gonna laugh? I want to know why it's funny. Is it funny to watch? Funny to see? Why is it funny? Inquiring minds want to know why it's funny. It says funny game, a lot of stuff going on. Okay. So, there's a lot of things that go on here. That's why it's funny. Alright, yeah, get ready for a very funny game with lots of things going on. Here we go. Let's start. So, it's going to be Supremacy 4v4, it looks like. Yeah, we got 2 British, Germany, and France. And then we got France, Mexico, an Ottoman, and Germany. So before we get started, we gotta check out the mapping and see how it's gonna affect this 4v4 Supremacy game. It's like, I forget what this map is called, but I distinctly remember it because it's the one that has the 2 trade routes, the one on this side and the one on this side, and then these little canyon structures that come up near the trade route, basically. Sort of the cool thing about it is it makes it a little bit cheaper for you to wall this off and protect your team's trade route pretty much. Well, it's not really your team's trade route because this player here can access it pretty quickly as well as this player can. So it's everybody's trade route, you know. It just depends on how much you want to divvy it up, really. And other than that, it's pretty open, you know. You got lots of Tupi natives, right? You got this one. Oh, and a Carib as well. So it's really just all skirmisher-style natives here, really. So if you like skirmisher natives, like the Tupi archers or the Carib blowgunners, you're going to love this map. Or your money back. Yeah, let's start and see how this one turns out exactly. I think in this situation, I'm going to be watching pretty closely what the Ottomans and Mexicans do here. You know, I can tell right away that Team Britain's going to be a lot about booming up their villager numbers with the manor houses at the start, but I'm curious to see what Davy Jones does in Mexico and how their Ottoman ally organizes a plan. Yeah, should be pretty interesting. Let's see. So he's got like a rush deck. It's mostly crates, units, and then he actually has like an FI deck here, built around the Revolution. Rush BC with Outlaws focus here. Oh, interesting. Alright, so he's got some interesting tools here that they can use. We'll see which one he uses in the end, though. It's Germany. Has sort of the same setup in terms of deck names. Very interesting. What about the... Well, that's one on this team. Does everybody have like decks like that? Rush BC, FI, 1v1. So this might be some like learning session or something, because it seems like everybody has sort of the same sorts of like decks and so forth. Yeah. Kind of interesting. Thank you, no problem. It's always good to say please and thank you when somebody helps you get to a treasure, right? Going for this treasure guardian right here on the Ottomans. My question is, though, is... so they go for 1v1 standard. Okay, that's kind of interesting. I also know, though, because it's like a 4v4 game, if going with the 1v1 deck is probably the most optimal. Because I feel like in a lot of these situations, when you're doing a 4v4 deck, you're going to need some late game cards like Refridge and Royal Mint to basically keep the glue of your economy together if it doesn't end right away. You know, you got Eco Theory, but I don't think that in capitalism is going to be 100% of what you need out of the match, unless you're really good at like macro and your rooks early on to outmatch your opponents. What are they aging up with? The Imam. Get access to a nice mosque. France is going with the land deck over here. Which one is that? That's Noobs, the one on Aaliyah's team. Very good emphasis on economy here, but also has a lot of the good combat cards as well. Namely the Cav Combat as well as the Team Senegalese Riflemen. Also has the Thoroughbreds here as well. And the French Royal Navy. Royal Army, I should say Royal Navy. Thinking of the British. The Royal Navy. No, it's Royal Army. This one basically helps your musketeers and halbs get some nice combat promotions when they're battling. Run. Run! 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 Get eaten by a jaguar. It's kind of strange how these explorers are so strong that they can literally have a big giant jaguar claw on their face for like 20 seconds and not die from that, you know. And worse, they end up pulling their kneecap like they got boo-boo at the playground as a kid. because the big nasty kitty gave him a scratch. Basically, it's not like, no, you're not getting in. They just sit there with their knee holding their kneecap, like, ow, the big nasty kitty scratched me. I tried to pick up the kitty and it scratched me. It's literally what Explorer deals with when they're dealing with jaguars. Literally just that. And then when it comes to like blowgunners shooting darts at them, it's like basically shooting paintballs at them. Like, they can handle that for like a good number of seconds before, you know, they end up even falling on the ground. You know, these are supposed to be like poisoned darts, enough to kill a human with just a little dart. You know, for them, those explorers though, it's like a paintball. Like, it hurts, but it doesn't hurt enough to end them. They just go ooh ah, like that. That's it. Oh, Mexico did a Central America revolt. That's interesting. Let's look at that. Oh, nice. Very nice indeed. I love Central America revolts, because they basically give you so many villagers out of them. It's crazy, you know. Most of the time when you think of revolution, you're thinking, oh no, I'm going to lose all my villagers. But not with the Central Americans, you know. You actually gain villagers. You gain villagers with that revolt. You don't lose villagers, you gain villagers. You get like 6 at the start, and then you got the good old Salvadorian coffee card that lets you get even more villagers, which is really good. Ready for what? What are they being ready for? Look, see, another big nasty kitty almost scratched the poor explorer, but because he's a big strong explorer, it doesn't matter if a big giant kitty tries to scratch. He might not survive this, though. He's going to get shot in the back, it looks like. He's going to have to run out of there pretty quickly. Johann Delman's going to try to shoot him, it looks like. Yeah, pretty much. Frida Kahlo. Oh, good explorer name for Mexico. Good artist with an interesting unibrow, for sure. Very interesting artwork, too. Yeah, trying to get, looks like he's going for as much shipments as possible on the Central American side, because basically the more shipments you send with the Central America revolt, the more free villagers you get from the Salvadorian coffee, pretty much. Yeah. We'll see how it goes, though, in terms of, like, combat here. It seems like, at least for the time being, people are sort of sticking to their bases and doing the initial stages of their build wars, which for British is just build a bunch of houses, you know. Like, basically the British are like a construction company, you know, you know, those ones that go around your neighborhood and like constructing stuff every day of the week, like new restaurants, new houses. That's basically the British. Like, go become a contractor and build 20 houses and get 20 free villagers. That's basically the whole point of the British. Basically, they're like the contractors of AoE 3. Pretty much how it feels like. Longbowman. Alright. It's going to be returned to Mexico now, it looks like. Yeah, that's pretty cool, because you do actually get to keep these cards. You get to keep these cards in your home city even when you return to Mexico. The ones that stay up here in the star area are permanent. It's the ones down here that go away, but all the ones up here in the star row up here stay. So even as Mexico continues to get shipments later on into the industrial age, actually, because when you return to Mexico from an Age 3 revolt, you return to Industrial Age. You don't go to Fortress Age. You go to Industrial Age. And that's why, you know, this is basically an FI style build, pretty much, for Mexico. Now you're back to Mexico, and you can enjoy your Taco Bell and your rice and beans, basically. Yeah. going up for 2 heavy cannons now. Probably a good one to go for. It's one of the more powerful shipment plays once you return to good old Age 4. Got some other powerful cards though. You got 1 Falcon, 9 Soldados, Las Colorados Battalion. You got 33 Insurgentes, 8 Chinacos. Got the refurbished firearms. So you got some good options down here for sure. Yeah, also the factories. Poor Finito is pretty good because it makes your factory techs free, so you can cycle through researching those pretty quickly. Cav Wars. We got Ulans versus Hussars. Who will win? It really depends because so Ulans have low HP but they have high attack. Hussars have middle of the road attack and high HP. So probably Hussars there, but unfortunately they're getting a bit outnumbered up here, so probably not. And I discovered his stable though being protected by a tower there, so he's probably going to try to deal with that sooner rather than later. See, the problem is of course outposts have a multiplier against Cav, and since Ulans are low HP, you probably don't want to get shot by a tower for too long. It's not a good move, but in this situation, pretty much, you're going to have a pretty much better time here because you got so many Ulans just coming out of the gate that you're going to eventually be able to take out that tower, regardless of the unit sacrifices that you make. Oh, some Abyss coming to help as well. I don't know if the Abyss are probably warranted there because, oh, actually they could help because if he goes Dragoons out of the stable, that would be a good counter to that. To be fair, of course, yeah. Germany's down here is going to begin Ulan upgrades too, so it'll be veteran Ulans. What about Blue Germany? Blue Germany is actually still in Age 2. Going up for the Age 3 right now to the Bishop. Needs support on top. Yeah, they're going to need some support up here. You got a Ulan Raider up here, and then you got an Abyss and Abyss Spammer with 2 Falcons from the home city up here. So they're going to have to... Actually, how did Ottomans get that stuff? Oh yeah, they got it through their 1v1 standard deck, yeah. Looks like Ottomans are going to come over here. This could confuse them a little bit, I bet. They might end up trying to deploy up here waiting for that Ottoman army to come, and then this thing might come down over here and catch them off guard for sure. So they're going to have to be super duper careful with that 100%. Definitely on that note. Picking up the Moss technologies now, it looks like. It's probably better to get those sooner rather than later because, of course, the training ones allows your rooks to be trained faster from those town centers, and then these ones obviously help your build limit out, right? If you didn't know, Ottomans train their villagers automatically. They're basically automatons or automatons. You know, you don't have to train the villagers of Ottomans. They come out themselves for free. And thus you have those special Moss technologies to regulate how quickly they'll come out for free and how many do you have at the build limit, right? You start out with the build limit of like 25, increase it to like 45, and then I think like 60, and then it becomes 99 in the end. Okay, but I need help. Counter Cav. Give this man some Ayudar here. He needs some Ayuda. Some help. 2 heavy cannons from Mexico from their FI. with 1 Falk and 9 soldados from the Las Colorados Battalion. So, this could be serious. It won't work pushing them. Need to kill their cannon. That is true. Somebody needs to get some culverins out and try to blast these things. If they don't... Or... Oh, well, wait a second. Wait a second. If he's not smart enough to defend this with the soldados, that could be one way they could deal with that. Looks like Mexico's doing more soldados, though. So, might be said easier said than done if he's really careful about defending that. Looks like these Falcons are going to be targeted by the German U-1s. Yep. They're going to move in together, right? Because you can't defend both sides with just soldados. Your friend there has Abyss gunners, so it's... Yeah, sacrificing the Falcons for the more heavier pieces of artillery. Probably the smart way to do it. But here comes aiding War Wagon. Oh no, Safahis though. Look at the splash on these. That's going to be an absolute problem. Now they got aiding German units. 1 heavy cannon remains, but a good point for the Hussars to be able to finish that off. Corsairs, some pretty good splash on them, but not enough for the Soldados. Soldados basically just being a really beefy musketeer, pretty much. 2-pop one, actually, so, you know, you pay more in pop and cost to make the Soldados, but they're a lot harder hitting as a result. Nah, I can't. Oh, yep, the Abbas sniping out the coves. Send wood, please. I think that the British would have all the wood that they possibly can in the world because they've always spent all their days chopping wood to build manor houses. You're literally a house contractor as the British. How could you not have wood? That's a good question, actually. Yeah, don't burn the manor houses down because they just could get more free villagers from that. Unless you're doing it for the XP. I mean, you might be doing it to get more XP. Yeah, I got another shipping out of that. It's gonna begin some... Yeah, picking up the... Top Kolar to boost up the arm and artillery, Abbas, and Humbarasi. Big army of 33 insurgentes now. Very powerful shipment. Of course, with every one of these unit shipments Mexico makes, that means they're going to be getting more free villagers from the coffee card, basically, the Salvadoran coffee. Insurgentes being like a weaker version of the Pike do have some reasonable siege of 20. Oh, looks like he had the refurbished firearms to the soldados as well. So basically they get a charged grenade launcher attack, you know. They shoot out called a battle bluster. What's a battle bluster? So is it like an arquebus? I thought it was like more of a grenade launcher. Yeah, basically what it does is it does like a splash attack and then resorts back to its normal but very strong range attack after that. While they're busy trying to shoot this stuff, they're not focusing on the fort that's being constructed before their very eyes, which I don't know why they're not trying to poke some holes into that thing over there. I would be doing that. Just saying. Yeah. Now that fort is up and it's going to start raining down cannonballs on everybody. It's not going to be good. Wood for TC. How much wood does Aaliyah have? Aaliyah has, yep, just under the 600 wood. It's got about 1.6k wood now. Which is, yep, now he's got enough for at least 2 town centers at this point. Again, Hussars. Yeah, Aaliyah's got to recover here. He's kind of burnt out a lot of his resin defending with Hussars there. They're going to have to build some sort of defensive line around these walls. and try to get some sort of defense over there, or else they're not going to be able to push in much longer there. Definitely not. See, though. How's the other British? So this is Tyrion. The other British is looking even worse. You know, it's got some stuff for the artillery, but in terms, again, like foot soldiers, like longbows, hussars even, that's going to be a bit of a problem. What do you need for 3? Well, I realized my TC was nearly aged. I need TC first. Yeah, Leah's going to have to, like, maneuver some sort of strategy here to react to what's going on up here. Definitely concerned about that industrial age in Mexico, though. Racking up all these shipments, because as it stands right now, if they were to send the Salvadorian coffee now, they'd be getting 11 free villagers out of this. And how many settlers do they have right now? Just looking around. As of right now, they're at about 45 settlers. Considering they're queuing up from 2 places. TC Uno and TC Dos over here. So if they were to send that card like right now, they'd be looking at like, already have like 56 bills on the field. You know, the more shipments they can send, the better off it is for them to use that card, really. They might not even need that card. They might be able to just get away without it. Who knows, though. Look at all these heavy cannons up here. This is going to be a very big push. So they said this was a funny game. Is that why it's funny? Because you think it's going to be a full game and then it out syncs on you? Really, Aaliyah? Did you really think that this was funny? It wasn't funny for me. I mean, it was funny to watch when it was playing, but that wasn't funny. I was getting a full experience. You know, I came for the whole thing, and it just out of syncs out of nowhere like that. So, I don't know. I don't know what you think is comical about it, you know. Make sure whenever you send recordings that they don't out of sync. That's one thing for sure. 100%. Yeah, basically. Who's up for some, like, 1v1 stuff? No, we've seen a lot of team stuff today. Let's do some 1v1 things. I love 1v1s. Spain versus Germany. It's blessed Germany versus Spain. Axel Caballero. Ah, interesting. So we're playing on... I forget the name of this map, but I remember it. Basically, how this map works is you got it's like a big giant head. Land looks like a big giant big giant head sticking out here, and this is like the tip of his hair basically, and beyond that you got the water. And in this little narrow cove of water, you can obviously grab fish along it, which can be a really good part of your eco if you want to take advantage of that. But other than that, it's a pretty normal land map with some pretty good Jesuit natives on it that you can pick up some good conquistadors with. And then you get this trade route that projects from here, comes up to the middle at this point, and then it finishes off around this spot over here. So, yeah, a very good trade route indeed if you want to grab it. You got this one in the bag, and then this one's going to be the one that everyone's going to be competing for, pretty much, in that situation. So this should be a pretty interesting one, Germany versus Spain. Very different types of gameplay, you know, so we'll see how this one turns out. Yeah, so over here we got Germany. Germany in a 1v1 has some distinct advantages, of course. Number one being their free yuans with their cards. That one's pretty significant. Of course, their settler wagons are also pretty significant as well, because they have the gathering and building power of 2 villages in one, obviously, so that makes them pretty good, you know. Pretty blessed, actually. Blessed villagers, or settler wagons, blessed villagers, yeah. Everything's blessed when blessed does it. That's why it's blessed. Everything is blessed. But one thing you definitely do with Germany, though, right off the bat is build a market, because the settler wagon builds it so quickly, and get the hunting dogs out very quickly, because what this hunting dogs does is it becomes a really powerful early gathering technology for you, because since your settler wagons gather at double speed, it's essentially again like a 20% improvement out of that hunting dog's card, which is normally only a 10% improvement, right? So it's just a really good starter for you to get your food gather rate up so you can age up at a better time and have really good eco for the rest of the match overall. On the other side, though, we're looking at Spain. What makes Spain a formidable civ is they're really good at getting shipments out, right? They actually, basically get a situation where they get their shipments quicker than everybody else does, so they love sending cards out. It's called Oro, which I believe is gold, right? Oro. So basically, this is the deck that Spain has. They got the standard greedy age 1 here, where normally you'll go 3 settlers followed by capitalism, because Spain can squeeze out 2 shipments in the age where you normally get 1 shipment in unless you have a trading post. And I don't know why we don't see a trading post from Spain yet. Probably because you get a pretty quick shipment acquisition rate even without the trading post, but Spain certainly loves to grab those as well along the way. In terms of options, it's looking more in the direction of FF, because you got Lancer shipment here, you got 2 Falcons, you got 5 Husks, you got a fort. And if you don't have to go in right away, you can be greedy and get the Spanish gold right away, because they'll give you that 330 coin with each of your shipments, racking up more resources that you can put into things, right? You got the Royal Decree as well, which is actually pretty significant for Spain because it gives them 2 additional armies that can be pretty big. Number 1 being Halberdiers, another one being Irish Brigadiers, that infamous Irish mercenary that has good hand attack in ever-increasing waves. So this could be pretty good for you as well. In terms, again, big armies out to protect your cannons. Should Spain go Industrial Age, they do have 4 culverins, but not the heavy cans, which I find kind of weird. They got 25 Bourbon allies. This is pretty interesting. Big army of French natives. Note that they don't cost any pop at all once you take them out, so you can still continue to train the rest of your army while they're on the field. Picking up capitalism as card number 2 is predicted. The governor as politician. Whereas other Germany is going to be going quartermaster for 400 wood. In general, for any AoE 3 civs, if you can get quartermaster as a politician, that's usually the one to go for. 400 wood is just so flexible. You can get a racks and 2 houses. You can get a trading post, or you can get 2 trading posts with that. It's pretty good, what you can get away with 400 wood. So if you can do it, get it. Especially with Germany, because you're going to need more population than average with Germany, since you got to have some housing space for all those yuans, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Going for the 3 settler wagons first, and likely the coin right after that, pretty much. In terms of the deck, it's looking very mercenary-ish. Well, not mercenary-ish. I would say it's more cav-centered, I would say. You got the good old Jaeger and Black Rider shipments in there, but you don't have the mercenary combat card in there. So, unless you want to make them out of the saloon with average stats, probably looking more in the direction of Yuans and War Wagons, I would say. But you do have your skirm shipments in there too, so got options. Spain going super greedy on the trade route, grabbing TP over here, and going to be making another one down here. This means that essentially Juan de Cortez is going to be going for a lot of shipments overall this whole game. To what extent, we'll see. See how it goes, Could put out some really powerful stuff here if he gets enough shipments. We already see the free 2 Uhlans of Germany trying to run around the map, seeing if they can find any straggler villagers to cut down. They're actually very blessed, as blessed is to do that, because they have 37 hand attacks, so they can cut into a village's HP very quickly. Seems like right now, though, Spain's doing a good job keeping the settlers close to the TC, able to keep the hunts in relative protection on the backside of the map here, where it's mostly more visible, I would say. Oh, rushing with pikemen a bit against the TP, it looks like. Now, that's pretty interesting. Probably wants to offset the trade route advantage that Spain is trying to hold right now. That's probably what I would do as well in this situation. But Spain's going to say no to that, and is going to get some Rodeleros. This could be a serious problem, you know. While pikemen are the better anti-cav unit, the Rodelero is more good against a variety of things. It has slightly more hand damage than a pike does, and it actually has even more hand armor as well, as you can see here. 40% hand armor versus only 10%. Rodeleros will outright beat pikemen when engaged in melee. So if Germany wants to keep this forward-based game going, they're going to have to come up with some strategy for that. They're going to be going for Fortress, so this is more of a semi-FF into the Exiled Prince. Exiled Prince doesn't give you any prizes. He only ages up faster than the other politicians, granting you quicker access to those shipments you want. Interesting, he went for the 700 wood, though. I would have gone for like a shipment of like skirms instead, especially when you know there's all these Rodeleros and musketeers on the field. Why not try to cap on that? I don't know. Definitely good that he's getting the placer mines, though, since again that's going to be like a 20% boost for those settler wagons he possesses rather than the 10%. Spain is going to keep going musketeer. Has the coin to go fortress, but not the food. What happens now? Does he go for like royal decree? What's like the next step here? Because Spain technically gets a good royal decree technology as well, corselet. It makes your muskets and your Rodeleros and other heavy imps slower, but it gives them like 25% additional HP. Now, really beefy, tanky mess overall. Luring in this hunt over here to keep the food rolling in. We'll see how well Spain can react to this Age 3, though. So now we see the training of skirmishers out of this racks here, and we'll likely see additional ones shipped as well. All Germany really needs to do is just mass up a good number of skirms, and it's basically GG. You know, Spain does not have the res to basically go Age 3, and barely even the res to make hussars. Though they will be able to get the stable out and get some houses. Maybe they could try to defend it with hussars here, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because even if you go with hussars in this case, Germany just drops war wagons from the home city, and you're still in deep trouble. Looks like too few skirmishers though for Germany. But question is, where is the drop-off point? Is it at the town center, or is it down at the tower here? You know, if he's not careful with his skirm placement, he could very well end up getting those killed too. We'll see though. Musketeers going right after the skirms. Rodelero also going to be a bit of a distraction for the skirms as well, giving him some more time to go right into melee against him. This is getting pretty overwhelming here. Yeah. Skirm shipment is going to get crunched down, I think. Yeah, he's definitely like GG. What happened to Spain? Really? I thought Spain could have held it on for a little longer, you know? Probably should have gotten his hunting dogs and his steel traps a bit earlier, I think, and he probably could have afforded some groups of hussars there to mop that up potentially. Oh yeah, big time. 100% on that one. Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the post game right now and basically look at the post game stats here to see what it looks like. Yeah, we'll see. Very interesting. Yeah, Germany just did a little bit better in the gathering because of the settler wagon economy, it looks like. And then militarily, looks like, yeah, it definitely looks like the Germans did a. Oh, the kills were actually pretty close as well. Spain had so this was pretty neck and neck, considering the circumstances. I think Spain won that one in reality, and they just didn't, realize that they won it, because all they had to do was basically maintain that army advantage and just make Germany's life a living hell for a while. At least until they get like a shipment of skirms and war wagons there, and then you'd have some problems. But I don't know, I think they could have maybe handled it, potentially. Yeah. So what we got here, it's French H4 versus British H2 Grenadier. That should be interesting. We'll see. So it's Leah's France versus Tim's British. Okay, this should be a nice one. See how this one turns out. Before we get started, though, let's check the mappy out. This is the map where I dominated against Ditka Cigar using the Lakota and Indians, I believe. Yeah, I remember this map pretty fondly. So the way this map works basically is you get this trade route down here along the Little Shallow River, right? That has about 5 trading posts. So if you capture this thing off the beaten path, you're going to have a lot of XP and res coming through. It's just really good for that. And then up top here, you got some water in this little protruding area over here where you can get some whales, you can get some fish up here, so this is a good resource, sardines and minke whales. But other than that, you got this wide strip of land that you can basically run across to attack your opponent, pretty much. Natives of the House of Wedden here, so you got some nice polearm and splash cavalry natives to take advantage of here as well, so that's pretty good. Yeah. But definitely I think this is going to be a good matchup here for sure. France versus Britain is always interesting. Whilst the French are a little bit more middle of the road, I would say. Their villagers gather a bit better, they're a bit more expensive. But other than that, they got some good army units, They got just about all the common units that the Europeans get. Then the good old Cuirassier, which is a splash cav. On the other side of the world, though, or the other side of the pond, you got the British. Right, the British are more boomy. Their villagers come out super quickly, as at this point with all these games, that when you build a manor house as the British, you get a free villager from it. And that free villager can be a really good booster for you, because since you have 20 manor houses in that build limit, that means you can be 20 villagers ahead as British, which is pretty big, if you can max it out. Right? In terms of roster, British has some interesting options. They got longbowmen. They do have Royal Guard musketeers and hussars. They can make dragoons. They have access to a lot of upgrades for their grenadiers, actually, which I believe we're going to see this game based on the recording title. And they even have good pikemen. So, some very different rosters there, for sure. Definitely for sure. So what's Malaya going to do first? HOA deck for ... So Leah is doing something probably just for me again today. Making me a nice brownie a build order brownie just for me, which is super nice and kind. Thank you for that, by the way. Oh yeah, most definitely. But yeah, I mean, looking at this deck, it looks very native centered. Yeah, because we got Wilderness Warfare, we got the Native Combat card, we got Warriors down here, right? Native Warriors. And then you even have Ancien Regime for the Royal Musketeers. So probably this is going to be built around the Royal Musketeers, I can imagine, from the House of Bourbon. You know, this will be a very House of Bourbon base build here for sure, with some supporting skirm and cannon shipments potentially. We'll see though. As for Brits, British are going more that Mariner Boom greed. You know, you got the Virginia Company, which makes the manor houses cheaper than a regular house actually, so getting those foundations going for those manor houses becomes really cheap for you. And then you have this card even, House of Tudor here, which basically allows your houses to build faster, right? Just imagine Virginia Company making the houses super cheap, and then the House of Tudor basically making them go up super fast and getting that 20 villager gap going as quickly as possible, really. Very powerful. Now, this card, really? Surgeons. Whoever ships surgeons. Was this guy trained to be a doctor or something? Because I don't think the doctor needs to be in the house this time, you know. I don't know. Like, I would never ship healers. That's just my opinion. I think healers are a waste of shipment. If you're going to get a healer, maybe train one from the church, perhaps. Since, you know, you got a bunch of priests in there who can use their holy Bible-thumping magic to heal your units and stuff. So why waste a shipment on a couple of surgeons who does the same thing the priest does with this little Bible book, but it hurts? You know, if you need open chest surgery from the priest, he's just going to read his little Bible there and your chest is going to be healed. You get a surgeon, he's going to have like bone saws and scalpels and all this stuff and have to, you know, take you apart like you're a filet mignon basically to treat your condition there. So I'd rather have the priest spinning his little Bible around and doing his tricks than having to get full-on surgery in the 16th century, which probably isn't very fun, you know. No anesthetics, none of those life-saving measures in terms of antibiotics or anything, so yeah. Surgery back then must have been real interesting, for sure. Most definitely. Nepo? Is that like short for Napoleon? Nepo? Must be. Going for the 4 villager card now. Whereas the French are going for... Yep, so they went 3 Courrier de Bois, they got the coin, and now they're going for the 4 Courrier de Bois. Alright. Interesting. So looking at H3 for them, probably. Oh, it looks like Tim's going to be going Grenadier. Barracks. Foundry. Alright. Does he have... Well, he's got some of the upgrades. He's got the Scots Guard and the Team Grenadier Guards. So, he at least has those upgrades. But does he have... He doesn't have the British Grenadier card in H3 and 4, though. So that's kind of a lackluster there. So we'll see, though. We'll see if he goes Grenadier, if he can pull something off. Perhaps. Mayhaps. We'll see. We'll see if it works out in the end, for sure. Just 2 Grenadiers with the Scots Guard active to give him some more damage. A couple of protective Musketeers against potential Hussars. I get what he's doing. He's saying, I'm going to make Musketeers to defend against French Hussars, and I'm going to do Grenadiers to blow up the infantry in siege. I just don't know if that combo is going to work at that stage. Especially if France gets to age 3, because... He's going for the slow age up with the marksman, which means he's going to get a prize of 6 skirmishers once he reaches that age 3, basically. And those skirms are going to wipe out both your muskets and your grenadiers, because they both have the heavy infantry tag, which skirms counters perfectly. So that's going to be a real problem here. Also, Leah picking up the House of Wen down here. Can put some Saxon cuirassiers onto the front lines if possible too. So It's not looking too good right now if you're going up against France. You know, you're going to need to make some sort of strategy here with the musket grenadier combo and get some good numbers going. Which, do we see those? Yeah, you could ship in some of these muskets perhaps. Not going for the grenadier guards HP boost instead to add a little bit more stats to these. I think personally it's taking too long to do this. You know, he's got to get it down and dirty sooner rather than later. Because if you don't get down and dirty, I don't think you're going to make it in this situation. Definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely have to do something to fix that real quick. Alright, so going after the tower first, but that's going to make you oblivious to the skirm prom over there. Yeah, they're going to get the tower out with the grenadiers. The muskets, though, aren't really going to do a whole lot. Well, they can overwhelm them a little bit here. I won't give them that. Taking out the scout there. Now it's going to go for a push. What's going to be the shipment, though? Because, you know, you got 8 skirms, you got 2 falcons. These alone will basically clean this up pretty quickly. Skirms can go into stagger mode here and try to deal with that. Going after the explorer first, interesting. I guess. That meat shield. The thing you gotta understand though is that these men have multipliers against the grenadiers because they got the siege trooper tag. Yeah. Oh, yep, you also have to worry about the courier de bois since those are very good ranged combat soldiers there. Most definitely. What's this? Do they have a... They have a mouse against Vills. That's interesting. Did they have a mouse against Vills in the Legacy game? Can't remember. It definitely makes it a lot more tricky for you, for sure. A single Saxon cuirassier comes to save the day. Not multiple ones, just one. Not 2, not 3, just one. That's kind of all you need at this point. I think even these unupgraded musketeers are going to have a problem with single Saxon cuirassier. Big time. So what does British do at this point? Yeah, just keep accruing additional muskets and stuff. Yeah, does he have enough stuff for another manor house or something? Yeah, because you want to get more free villagers too, as you move along the... Yeah, probably.
Commandment. Yes, ready. Commandment.
Gonna make a move on the skirms again, it looks like. If they can reach him, of course. He's gonna get a couple bullets in on that one. I think he's just trying to lure him into a trap at this point. Does he have his, like, Falc card yet? Oh, he's got the... What army does Aaliyah have? So he's just dueling them right now, sparring with them with these skirms. Oh, but he's going to Destillate to get 2 Falcons from the town center that way. Okay, that's going to be very bad, because then you can follow that up with 2 heavy cans. And that's basically all you really need at that point. I don't like how British, though, is just like retreating back, because they really have time of the essence to basically stop Aaliyah from doing whatever he's doing, you know. That should be a sort of an illusion to him that, hey, Aaliyah isn't training anything. He's got like 1 ship into skirms. Maybe I should be a little bit scared and take out that town center before he does that. And force him to go build some stuff to deal with that, right? Yeah. Because here's the thing, if you use a timing attack to hit someone when they're aging up, and it's pretty deep for them to do anything else, that could be a win condition for you, so you need to stay on top of that stuff when you're doing a 1v1. If you know somebody's aging up and they're not really developing a lot of army, use a timing attack to hit them then, and force them off their feet at that point. Otherwise, you're just going to find yourself in a dicey situation overall when you're dealing with that, pretty much. Yeah, it's really the way it is, you know. Just gotta be on top of that stuff 100%. Yep, as predicted, the 2 heavy cannons, the 2 falcons from the engineering. This point is basically looking really bad. I wonder if you can even fight your way through the falcons. Nah, he's gonna go right. Just gonna shoot the cav. Right. Oh no, he's cornered. He's cornered between the trees. Yeah, very unfortunate. Can he take out one of these though? Yeah, just not enough damage though. The Grenadiers are certainly pretty good because of their crush attack, but just lacking that oomph that you're looking for in that situation. Oh, they even have a mouse against artillery too. They didn't have that in Legacy. This is only a new thing. This is a new thing in in the old game. Grenadiers did not have a mouse against artillery, and I was able to always take out Gatling guns when I was playing arena with Grenadiers. I guess you struggle a bit with that in this situation, you know, since they're really only doing like 8 or 9 damage. Yeah, not that great. Not that great at all, really, in that case. No. All these units and only 27 kills. Leah's only 28 units, all these kills. Just shows you how preparation can help you out quite a bit in your matchups 100%. Just building the right thing at the right time can help you quite well. So now we're going to look for a new game here potentially and see what we got. Anything else here look really good? Sweden, USA, Sweden, Dutch versus Dutch, Spain, France, Sweden. So a lot of Swedens here. I like that. I like Sweden quite a bit. Almost want to try this one and see what. Yeah, let's try this one out. Just looking for other. Yep, let's do this one. Let's do this one. Look at all the Swedens here. This is great. I love Sweden. I like Sweden because of the Torp gameplay. I just think it's really good if you can build out a bunch of Torps all over the map. Go crazy with those foundations and pick up all the mines with them. You know, because the problem is when you're using villagers to go after mines, they're going to get cut down by hussars, right? But it takes them a good amount of time to take down a Torp house. So basically, not only do you get the benefit of gathering from that mine with the more safer source, but of course it's going to put up a berry bush right next to itself as well, which is going to be bringing you in food at the same time. And even then too, depending on where the mine is placed, you might even be able to pull in a straggler tree near the mine as well and get some wood from it too. So yeah, I think that's going to be the highlight of today's match over here, because I think particularly Moonstar's Aaliyah team's going to have a lot of res going into this. You know, you got a Dutch with the banks, and then you have 2 Swedens with their Torps, and you just got a really good economy there. You just got the same thing on the other team, because you got a Sweden and a Dutch over there, but it's going to be more apparent when you got 2 Swedens doing it together, basically. So yeah, this would be pretty fun. Before we get started, though, let's check the mappy out and see what it's going to bring us. If I recall with my memory, this is Himalayas, right? Yeah, this has to be Himalayas, because it's got the Sikh natives, the Udasi, as well as the Bhakti natives as well. Yep, Bhakti over here, and then you got the Udasi over there, which is basically the chakram throwers, yeah. Cool thing about the Bhakti and the 5th edition is they don't only have the tiger claws, they also have the the war elephants as well that used to belong to the Sufi here. So a lot of native warriors working on behalf of the Bhakti for sure. Let's get started and see how this match turns out. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting one because I feel like Sweden and Dutch are very similar in the fact that they play very heavily into mercenaries. We might just see mercenaries versus mercenaries this game, you know. For the Sweden, they're very mercenary-centered because every time you ship a certain mercenary card, you actually unlock that mercenary at your tavern, essentially. Like, if you ship a group of Swiss pikemen in, you'll unlock them at your tavern. Same thing for the Giant Grenadiers, same thing for the Lanech or the Black Riders or the Jaegers, basically. So you got some options there in Sweden. And for the Dutch, they're very mercenary-centered, not only because of their Dutch state's army, basically, but, well, they construct banks, and banks make money, and you have to pay mercenaries, so with a lot of money from the bank, you can have as many mercenaries as your heart desires. Essentially how it works, pretty much. Yeah. And then other than that, though, you got one USA on the Elia team. Could be interesting to see where that goes. Then on the other side, you got France and Spain. We'll have to look pretty closely at the decks to see how they put things together here for sure. Where do we begin, though? I guess we'll begin on Team Elia. Team Elia, Sweden. Oh, so Sweden also gets frugal constructions. That's pretty cool. They got the... Surprising. They don't have the Engel Ironworks or the Blueberries card. They do have Blackberries, though. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting indeed. They do have Dominions, though. It's pretty... Yeah, I don't really like Dominions that much. I'd rather just get Engelberg Ironworks and Blueberries myself, because I'm more focused on the gathering rate for my torps, personally. Can't really say how valuable this Wood Trickle team card is. Probably is pretty good, so we'll see how that turns out. March of the Hakapalit, so maybe we'll see Hakapalit gameplay here. Maybe. Maybe we will. You also got Trample Tactics as well. So yeah, quite a few options here to work with Sweden. But then again, they also have a lot of their heavy infantry cards as well as this powerful card here, Kronstedt Reforms, which basically means all your mainly anti-infantry cannons, that being your lever cannon, your Falcons, and your heavy cannons, basically cost one less pop slot, you know. Normally artillery digs into your population limits pretty deeply, but with Sweden and that card, not so much, you know. You can field more artillery, or you can fill in the blanks with even more infant cav, basically. So, what about the other Swedes, though? The allied Sweden to Elia here is playing more of the traditional route that I would feel comfortable with. 3 settlers, followed by Blueberries and Engelberg Ironworks here. So this is more of the Sweden I would feel more comfortable with. And they have the mercenary option as well here, with German mercenary contracts as well. And all the basic settler-based gathering options here, the Royal Mints, the Reef Ridge, and the Textile Mill. Kind of lacking the earlier ones, though. So I don't know Well, we see more emphasis on the Caroliners here, though. You got Snap Lock, which gives the Caroliners more range and line of sight, and then you got Platoon Fire, which basically allows the Caroliners to inflict more damage with their range attacks and gives them more multipliers. Also, this card here, Svi Lifeguard, basically swaps up how they do in range combat, since Caroliners will then get Pierce Armor instead of Hack Armor. So they'll be less effective fighting off Hussars and melee, but they will be better at shooting at other infantry and potentially Dragoons. And then both the Caroliner as well as Grenadiers will get more hit points. In particular, Grenadiers getting the bigger effect of that side of things. So yeah, a lot of late gamey Swedish stuff here. I'm liking it. And the last Swe in there, Nastergas. Yeah, more of that traditional Sweden gameplay. A lot less emphasis on the infantry, though, so that'll be interesting. Definitely looking forward to this one for sure. And what about the Duchess? Duchess? I don't even think that's proper grammar. Duchess? How the Duchess doing? So, first of all, USA. Oh, another Virginia going with the Virginia plan now? Is that right? What's the application again? Virginia plan so early. You know, I think you would want to get it around age 3, so that way you can get Russian Company and then maybe get some of these Oklahoma Black Mesa, basically. You know, get some really powerful age 3 or 4 cards together. That's at least what I think you would want to do there. I don't know though. Really depends, I guess. Definitely plays a lot differently than it does for British and Wars of Liberty, who, you know, would mostly use a card like Virginia Plan, or what it's called there, the Victoria Cross, to get unit shipments, you know, whereas here it seems like a lot of these cards that you're pining for are basically just upgrades. Yeah, pretty interesting. Yeah. Look at all these Torps wagons set up around this mine here. I guess that's one way to get them up quickly with the Dominions card. Yeah, this is when you get epic eco gathering, you know. Look at how quickly all 4 of these will start to eat up this mine here, all the while eating their individual berry bushes. 0.54 coin per second, and then the food it's about 0.30. So basically like more than 2 coin a second off of this mine alone. And then as you look down here, this is another 2 coin here a second, and then over here, get some over here. You could grab the one over here until you reach that build limit and you're golden. Yeah, that's what makes Sweden just a really good Civ for that. Picking up the Washington lumber mills and the Irish immigrants. Very interesting. So what does Washington lumber mills do? Ships 400 wood. Villagers gather wood faster. So instead of being like a full-on 700 wood shipment, what it does is it says, okay, here's a quartermaster's amount of wood, and instead of giving you more wood than that, it acts as like a little mini gang saw level upgrade. Really, I guess in terms of super late game, that's probably the better way you want to do it, you know, just saying. And then the Irish immigrants here. This is always a good card because basically it gives you a lot of free villagers, right? You get 2 additional villagers out of the card for every 5 minutes of the game, pretty much. So if you wait for a very long amount of time in the game, you can get up to 14 villagers out of it. But if you send it sort of around then, you're looking at more 4 villagers, basically. Because what's the time right now? Well, actually, wait a second. So when you only begin, like... oh, yeah, you got 4 villagers, right? So, yeah. Because it's 5 minutes in the game, you get 4 villagers. I don't know why you didn't wait another minute. So he could have gotten 6 fills out of that. Just a little bit of food for thought there, in terms of maxing out the card's value in that early game struggle, pretty much. Yeah, that's at least what I would have done in that case, you know. I would have tried to set it up in such a way that I could take advantage of that bonus by waiting another additional seconds to get those fills out. Because it doesn't seem like, well, I can't say for certain, but let's just see what he's going through right now in terms of his combat. So yeah, it doesn't seem like he's really fighting a whole lot right now, so I think he probably could have waited a little bit there for that, personally. Yeah, most likely. Yeah, I would have just went more greedy in that case, for sure. Like, I would have sent Virginia General Assembly first, probably, and then go for the Irish immigrants after those, 10 minutes were up. Yeah, what's France doing, by the way? Is, like, France playing... Oh, they're playing more standard FF, Good Corsair shipment, good Falk shipment, good Skirm, the fort, so they're playing more into their FF strength there, for sure. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, this is a big threat when you've got Sweden. They got these really nasty Caroliners, What makes these things a real dangerous threat is basically they act like little mini-ish dragoons, right? They have multipliers against hand cav at range instead of having like full-on anti-cav multipliers in melee. So in melee they're not that great, but in terms of like taking stuff out at range, they are pretty good at sniping cav, And they can move around pretty quickly and harass vills too. Big numbers, Like sort of the advantages that the revolutionaries get pretty much in this game, but on a smaller scale. Taking out a native site on the opposing side, that's pretty huge. Putting up a town center on the enemy side as well. This is getting pretty bold here. I wonder what they're going to be pulling off in this situation. We'll see, though. See what they do. Boom. Good work, Aaliyah. Cutting your way through his trade route. That's very good. Because it looks like Aaliyah already has... It's not Aaliyah, though. That's, Who's owning this trade route? This is United States. So, United States is basically going to take over this whole trade route. That's going to be pretty big. And it's a very greedy situation, for sure. How did he get to that point, though? Is he using the Chinese immigrants to do that? No, he's just doing it off the... Yeah, he used the Chinese immigrants. Yeah, this is such a crazy card when it comes to taking over the map. Basically, start out with the trading post rickshaw, and then it gets a levy ability, and the levy ability can make another trading post rickshaw, and basically you slowly eat up all the trading posts on the entire map like a disease, basically, and it's really powerful, Since I like going with the Scottish immigrant attack with the United States, one way you can get to that magic number of 10 Highlanders with the way the card works is basically eating up trade sockets by using the Chinese immigrants levy ability, Really helps you to get through that very quickly so you can get an army of really powerful stuff to shoot your opponents with, whether that be villagers or even skirms. If they go FF with skirms and you're right up against their town center with Highlanders, you're going to be able to shoot those Highlanders down and pull some stuff forward to siege your way in there, which can be very powerful. And very nice indeed. Looks like Nasugas is going a bit of the mercenary side right now with his Sweden. Actually going for the industrial age as well, probably to pick up the German mercenary contracts. which actually adds 20% stats to these Jaegers, which makes them even more formidable. And does he have yeah, he has Royal Decree as well, so he can turn them into the Sabalax Jaegers, which gives them more stats, offsets some of their coin cost for wood, and allows them to go stealthy. Yeah, Sweden is just a really solid mercenary civ overall. I think sometimes they can even be stronger mercenaries than the Dutch sometimes, you know. Just because of how well they develop their Jaegers in particular, but also to a lesser extent their Black Riders. Going for the Kalmar Castle now. And basically what it does is, when you're around the fort, it makes it so you rack up like double the XP points from killing stuff and creating stuff, so it becomes really good in that side of things. Oh yeah, because you see it right here, fighting nearby your forts now causes to yield twice as many experience points, making defending the fort really good for you and getting the rest of your cards out. Which Sweden has quite a few that they probably want to get out for sure. This Sweden here trying to move in with the veteran Caroliners, forcing Dutch to go back a bit. How many banks are these Dutch on at this point? Just to look. It's not Ruben. Let me see. Yeah, so he's on all 7, is that right? Does he have like his other... Yeah, he has to get these ones still in the bill limit. He's getting there. And then the other Dutch. Other Dutch, just to watch. Let me see. Yep, right over here. It's about 9 banks. So this Dutch has already maxed out the banks at this point. Just needs the tulip speculation. And also has the Dutch States Army. So this is looking like mercenary spam for this Dutch, which could be very powerful, and could also back them up even with these Carib natives that cost about 1k coin to send infinite times. So that might be a good move. Spam Highlanders with the Carib blowgunners as sort of like your supporting skirmisher unit. Might be a good tactic overall to do to them. We'll see though. We'll see how that turns out really. Need handcav. Oh yeah, most definitely you need some handcav. You see, this is the problem here. You're getting spammed out by Swedish Jaegers up here, and the only way you're really going to cut through that is with the Hussar type units. Though you should be wary though of the Caroliners here. Master Gas could potentially add some of these in. Though he really didn't tech super into that in his home city, so I'm thinking, yeah, just spam Hussars at this guy. He's probably going to help you out quite a bit. I'm just waiting to see when all this coin is going to be spent by this Dutch here. This Yorave or whatever his name is. Spain is doing Lancers. We didn't even check Spain's deck yet. We might as well get started on that now. Figure that out. So, yep, picked up Spanish gold. Going to begin the factories now. Then against sustainable agriculture. So this Spain is playing more on the economic side of history, really. You know, it does have cav combat, though, so a bit of stats. And the Royal Decree effect and the advanced arsenal, too. So this could be interesting. Unction has that boosting capability. Huh. Look at this attack here, though. Look at how big this is. Oh, Kanuri. Oh, the Dutch is doing Kanuri Guard. Very interesting. So these are basically like mercenary dragoons, pretty much. So they can be pretty good against cav, and they're very good against artillery as well. So yeah. I'm trying, LOL. Yep, you're gonna have to try a little bit harder here, because now your allies' torps are getting blown up. You definitely don't want that, because once those torps start getting destroyed, it's really a hard one to come back from. Yeah, most definitely. You know, gotta keep those torps alive, man. Need cannon. Is it canon? Hopefully it's canon. Because if it's not canon, I don't know what to call it in the timeline. It's not canon. Yeah, it's kind of funny how he spells it that way, canon. Like as in like canon in terms of lore or something, canon. Now, like, the way you would expect him to say canon is C-A-N-N-O-N, like cannon, like falconet is light artillery. It doesn't say it here, but you know how a cannon is spelled, right? But the way he spelled cannon sounds like it's like lore, like canon, like C-A-N-O-N. Yeah, exactly. Look at all these skirms trying to fight the way out of this Hussar paper bag here. This is just unbelievable here. Yeah, that's a total blunder of the French army. Goodbye, Frenchie. Goodbye, croissant. Oui, je l'appelle. Goodbye, oui, oui. It's a lot of skirms though, for sure. Also, it's got the Zenata riders as well. That's pretty interesting. Difference between the Kenori Guard and the these ones is basically the Zenata riders are basically like a Javelineer, like a Genitor from AoE 2. They even have that Berber. Notice the shield design here. This is the same design as you see for the Berber Civ in AoE 2 Definitive Edition, so it's the same shield basically. This is basically your Genitor from AoE 2. And while these guys basically have a bit more damage, these ones throw their weapons faster, so they throw in javelins a lot quicker than it takes for the Kenori to basically shoot their firearm. I kind of like these a little bit, well, I don't know, I mean, I like these ones a little bit better because at least they have the rate of fire. They shoot at like double the rate, which I think can be a little bit better sometimes, especially against different types of units, you know. Guess it really depends though. Spain doing unupgraded lances. Oh, they're going to be using their haciendas to make soldados. Very interesting. Yeah. So unlike the haciendas of Mexico, Spain has an additional option to produce the soldados from there and can upgrade them there as well. Yeah, it's quite a powerful option actually. Teal killed red. Uh-oh, that's not good. Yeah, I just beat him with skirm and light cap spam. That is very serious, yeah. Full-on mercenaries there. Thankfully, though, he's got the Falcons securely behind the wall, so might be able to get some good shots into those things. Yeah, it's going to take a while to siege that thing. It's not like they have any pikes or anything. Well, actually, they do have pikes. They got the Swiss pikers, right? Yeah, definitely don't let them get in with those things, because that 64 siege will crush that wall down. So yeah, they're going to have to they're going to try repositioning here. Does the United States have the coffee mill guns yet? So that would be pretty helpful. Yep, so those things will spray constantly then. Now we see Purple have to pull back with his Highlanders, I think, because now he's getting double skirmed. Not only by skirms, but Jaeger skirms, which are really good skirms. Yeah. United States is going Imperial with Illinois. We need you south. So it looks like the Chinese Dutch is going to go for mercenary contractor now. This is essentially going to increased the mercenary stats by 50%. So basically these, oh yeah, it even has Harquebusiers as well. So this is going to be very serious here. Harquebusiers. Oh, because he got through the Highland mercenary army. So Harquebusiers, Swiss pikes, and Highlanders. Okay, that's going to be pretty bad here. He has to keep dealing with that. Because you're going to see these Harquebusiers become real beasts once they see their range attack go up that much, really. Yeah, and even these Zenettas here are basically going to become pretty tough as well. Once you see that go into effect. Also, and the Cav combat could be good for them as well, giving them even more stats. Because what you're going to see is, you're going to see these Canary Guard go up to stats more reminiscent of like an actual Imperial Dragoon and its range damage, making it pretty formidable to deal with. Yeah, see, it went up to 45 range attack, and then Cav Combat, you know, makes him like a more mediocre Dragoon, really, in terms of range damage, and then the HP is like very good. Thank you, Red. So yeah, they gotta work on this side. Let the Gatling guns shoot from the flank here, and then let the Carolingers push from here. Having the Falcons in the back here, the field guns support you is also very good. Yep, picking up some of these Redlands. Yeah, these Redlands could be a serious problem, though. Oh, interesting. Hunqui is revolted into... Who is he revolted into? So the Mexico revolted into... Who is that exactly? Oh, into Argentina, Spain. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, this is going to be very powerful. So he's going to start out with Granaderos, ships 10 mounted Granaderos and 10 cows, allows mounted Granaderos to be trained from taverns, Lombards, stables, forts, and galleons. Yep, this is why you pick Argentina, because you like the horse grenadiers, basically. And then after that, you probably want to send San Martin, because he's a super duper tanky hero, alongside giving you 10 dragoons and 13 more of the horse grenadiers as well. So yeah, very powerful stuff there. Now, of course, you can ship in 4 Gatling guns, 7 Lancers, 16 Revolutionaries. You got Cleos here. Ships a number of powerful muskets and enables them to be trained at the fort. Here we go. Look at these horse grenadiers and look at all these things. Wow. And then you got the gauchos here, which are basically just Comancheros, pretty much. Yeah. Has he got the San Martin army yet? Nope, not yet. Should probably get that if he's going in. Yep, it's like beep 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 beep. Horse grenadiers, run run run. Yeah, they're gonna tear through that wall. You gotta be careful with this. But at the same time, what's going on over here? Canary Guard spam, pretty serious. Yeah, Canary spam could be a serious problem here because these things are not hand cats, so the multipliers of the Carolingers are not going to be as useful there, honestly. Here comes the horse grenadiers, though. Trying to force... Oh, no, they went right into the Highlanders, though. This is just not... This isn't good, though. You really don't want to do that. You should have put the Revolutionaries in the front and then put the horse grenadiers in the back, because now you just lost that big army of stuff. But he does have resources to trade off to get more of them, though. So that is not as much of a problem, actually. Yep. Training more of them now for 150 food. It's going to be a question, though, if you can catch him off guard with the artillery there. Looks like the Red Swede has gone Imperial Age. If what, though, is the question. Maybe mercenary contractor, we don't know what exactly. Going in, this is where you gotta watch out, because these mounted grenadiers are gonna eat your artillery if you're not careful. And then once you lose the artillery, now the revolutionaries, boosted by the unction, are going to have more stats, right? Like you can see right now with all those missionaries boosting with unction, the range attack is up to like 36, actually making them like decent musketeers almost in terms of their stats. Normally revolutionaries are kind of like not that great of a musketeer when fighting other enemies, but once you boost them up with the missionaries, they do become like a big hunky mess to deal with for sure. Yeah, definitely be careful of that. Max them out to all 10, right? You can have up to 10 of these, correct? Yep. So this is as strong as they can become. Oh yeah, pretty big. Yep. Taking out the Gatling gun as well. This is becoming a real problem up here because I don't think Sweden alone is going to be able to maybe handle this once basically this Dutch gets fully loaded mercenaries up here. Yeah, all these Canary Guard. Now going up to 52 range attack with cav combat. Quite powerful. Attacking the Hacienda. How do you get up here? Oh, Dalcar Pikeman. Oh yeah, it's Aaliyah. Aaliyah loves spamming Dalcar Pikeman in the back of people's bases. That's what Aaliyah does. That's an Aaliyah move right there. Yep, exactly it is. I just want now he has the Nastergas Jaeger support him. But he's still industrial age. He's not up to Imperial yet because he could get a mercenary contract and make these even worse to deal with. Going into melee with the missionaries, he's kind of out of steam at this point, so now he has to pick up citizenship to get citizens from the town center, get some gatherers back. Yeah, just not good. He didn't get San Martin though. Why did he not get San Martin? Should have gotten San Martin there. Oh, look at this sneaky Dalcar Pikeman spam on the side of it. This is hilarious. Trying to run around the side of these things. Seeing which ones you can get through. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, see, now he's figured out his pathing, so now he's going to be able to spray them. Take them out, yeah. Now, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to find a way to recover his Argentina and get a decent citizen economy up here at these mills. So that way you can throw in more of the horse grenadiers and hope that your ally can basically help defend you at your base over here. I don't know if Canary Guard though is the right way to deal with the Carolingers though. Yeah, Pierce armor, right? Yeah. It just seems like the Carolingers are winning from numbers really. Just by spamming. Yeah, you don't want to be using Red Lancers though, because essentially these things have multipliers against them. More pikemen. More pikemen, more pikemen. Oh, these are on the enemy pikemen. Alright, so they're going to be trying to siege into the barracks over there. Leah trying to sneak in more of the pikemen. Basically, as Argentina's trying to get more food, they're going to be spamming in more of the horse grenadiers, pretty much. So many ways they name these things in Age 3 games and mods. First they were horse grenadiers, then they became Granadero Caballos, now they're mounted Granaderos. Like, what do you call them exactly? Yeah, I don't know. They just keep trying to rename the thing. I just remember it's horse grenadiers because that's what they were called for so many years. In more of the Triple Alliance and then the earlier versions of Wars of Liberty, basically. And weren't they called Horse Grenadiers for the Württemberg natives in the Napoleonic era as well? Württemberg? I don't know, actually. Good question. Yeah, Argentina's out. This Dutch is out, so it's looking like they're collapsing on all sides at this point. Under the weight of this. Really good push by the Swede here. Yep, basically trying to pick up the case shot for the artillery. Surprisingly using the same iconography as grape shot for the Portuguese for whatever reason, but that's another story. Oh yeah, I mean, this is becoming a pretty serious situation here. They knocked out 2 of the players now. Basically, the Swede is still in the Industrial Age and has no resources to get to Imperial, so that's like a GG situation. I mean, you're going to have some success here just because of the fact that your Jaegers are that good, but the Gatling guns are going to offset that right away. Thankfully, though, doing some culverins there to stall out as much as possible. If you could get to Imperial with the mercenary contractor, these Jaegers would be in much better shape, actually. So, I don't know if you can get that going, but that's probably going to be recommended here. In all honesty, yeah. We'll see, though. What's going on this side? So this side, it's Aaliyah's crossbowman spam. Coin. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bad, man, when you're training crossbowmen. Veteran crossbowmen. Yeah, Aaliyah needs mercenaries. He needs mercenaries. The only thing that Aaliyah wants for food and wood is Xavier Dalkel pikemen spamming her petards. I sent him wood. I'd like to make use of Imperial Edge. Oh, really? What are you going to do with that, sir? What are you going to do with that good old... Oh, to get the Imperial upgrade on the Dalco Pikeman, perhaps. Yeah, that can be a pretty good tactic. I can send you plenty of wood or food in return for gold. Classic bartering. Good bartering economy. Just like the caveman days. Making the oh, wow. Making the dacoits. Very interesting. Usually don't see those outside of arena. Basically Indian pistoleros. Yeah, very interesting. Interesting. How much stuff does Leah have? Yeah, he's going Imperial for El Presidente. You need more? I mean, he really doesn't need anything because both of the opponents resigned there, so it's basically the end of this match. I'll have to look for another one after this one finishes up. Most definitely. Great positioning in their advance. Yeah, I agree. Yep, this was a pretty interesting one to say the least. Like, I didn't expect it to go this way exactly with the Argentina revolt, but honestly, when you're Spain, Argentina revolt is probably going to be the fun one to go with because of horse grenadiers alone. Yes, I would think so in that case. Yeah. Trying to fend off with French grenadiers. Not going to do much though in that case. Yep, just that Sweden left to resign. This Sweden here has been pretty fierce the whole game, spamming out both Jaegers and the pikemen to defend everyone. Unfortunately, he stands alone now, and his end will be near very soon. Any moment. Any moment. Yeah. See what the next match entails for us. GG. Yeah, good game though. I mean, both sides had their own strengths and weaknesses this whole time. You know, the mercenary play from both Dutch was very fun. The Argentina revolt was very neat. The different types of takes on the Sweden definitely changed this match up quite a bit. United States was a great asset to their team, and French same thing for theirs. So this was a pretty even game, I would say. I mean, which one got the most kills though? Like, it seems like Nastigas was very tough here, but also his opponent, the Dutch, were also just as fierce. And this is really the lines in which look at this, 267 Highlanders. That's a lot of Highlanders, and also that Spain got a lot of the horse grenadiers out as well. Pretty large numbers there, quite significant ones, I would say, for sure. Yeah, most definitely on that front. Yeah, so now we're basically going to look for another match now and see if there's anything good here that we might want to look at. Trying to remember now. Did we see this one yet? So this was played on that date. Oh, that's be a pretty cool one, a death match. We haven't looked at a death match for a while today, so we may as well go back to another one of those, I think. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, this is that fun map, the Mountain Pass map. I like this one. You'll like this one too if you haven't played it yet. Yeah, so basically this is a death match. Everybody starts out with 20k resources. You know, it's the quickest one to build a church, which we see right here, conveniently, the foundation of a church. Get the church, get mercantilism, send out your men at the opposite side and harass your enemy, and basically fight to the bitter end. You know, most games are pretty slow and they gradually increase in intensity. Deathmatch starts intense at the very start because you have 20k resources to kill each other, and boy do people do that. Yeah. It's not abnormal to see these modes go on for 10 minutes or less sometimes, you know. It's a 1v1, you can kill somebody in 2 to 3 minutes sometimes. You know, so it really depends on what the players are willing to do, really. And it can vary, you know, it can really vary in that situation for sure. So, yeah, most definitely. But before we get started, I gotta check this phone call real quick. Awesome, so that was a very quick call, fortunately. Some of them are pretty long, but that one was pretty short, so I'm definitely happy about that one for sure. Alright, so let's resume this match and keep going. Alright. Actually, we didn't even really start the game yet. I was still checking out the map, right? So, before we even get into the gameplay, I want to point out something about this map, which is going to make it pretty tough, actually, for both sides. See, anyone with 20k resources can very quickly take an army and shoot all these treasure guardians here, all these marauding musketeers very quickly. And then once they do that, essentially they take over one of these city towers, which are basically just bombard towers sitting in the middle of the map, right? And that's not good because you if you capture all 5 of these as a team, it makes it a living hell as the opponent to like go up the mountain pass here, go through these choke points just to get shot at by these big bulky towers. You can either choose to capture them yourself if you get up against them, or you can actually use mortars to shoot them down as well. If you don't want anybody to have them, if I can't have my sea tower, no one can ever can. Yeah, basically like that. So this is gonna be a very fun one. Let's get started right away on it. Yep, everybody's building their churches so they can get mercantilism and get 5 shipments right out of the gate, pretty much. Yep. And what's Russia gonna do? This is Russians, right? Frosty the Snowman. So, yep, this is basically how a deathmatch deck will look. You go for the production-based cards first, usually. So, fencing school, riding school, dueling school, and Sevastopol if you're Russians. This is basically fencing school 2.0, so your infantry will train instantly. And Sevastopol basically means your blockhouses, forts, and walls are going to go up super quickly, allowing you to push really quickly, which is really important at the start of the game. Then from there, you just choose either between eco cards or military cards like this. And of course, you got good infinite shipments here as well that you can send to, so that's definitely another option as well. Yeah, basically. Yeah. So how would it was synced? That's not nice. I didn't want to sync. That means we're gonna have to find another one to do. Let me see here. What do we got actually? Let's do a 1v1 then if we can't do that one. Yeah. It's called Blood Brother, so maybe it takes advantage of the Blood Brother card here. We'll see though. So it looks like the players will be Badak as the French and Elia as the Germans. And I believe the map here is Tassilly, right? Seen this map a million times in Wars of Liberty. I actually did this, I think I did it either yesterday or the day before I played on Tassilly, so I'm pretty familiar with this map. The big difference between Tassilly and Legacy versus this is basically Tassilly in Definitive Edition basically has natives on it, the Berber natives. Whereas Tassilly in Wars of Liberty and Legacy does not have the natives on it, so it's basically just 2 trade routes, And of course that gives you the advantage as either Germany or France, depending on what cards you got native-wise, to actually take advantage of these natives on here. These Berber camels can be pretty formidable, right? And then on the side, of course, you got the economic parts of the Berbers, right? The Berber nomads are great at gathering natural resources. And of course you can get these salt camels too to put up salt mines as well, which you can gather for coin. So that's something you can do too. Yeah, it's pretty fun though. So let's get started, check out this match, see how this one turns out. Alright, so here we go. Yeah, Germany again. Good old HOA 1v1 Leah is here again. Unless he's going to be running his native build. He could be running his native build too, so we'll see. We'll see what he runs here. Yeah, this was the native one, right? This one right here. So we'll see if he does that. Could be very interesting, to say the least. But before we do that, phone's ringing again. Let me go grab that very quickly. check something. Alright, so, let's continue. Alright, so, looks like it's going to be Elias, Germany. Based on the name of the recording, I'm assuming it's going to be the Native Warrior deck that we looked up all the way at the bottom here. Something seems different about it, because isn't this the deck that we saw the Nitro Petards in today from Aaliyah? So instead of those, basically what we see here is the infinite shipment for the Habsburg allies. The line infantry, as they're called here. Basically, you can put these musketeers into different formations, and they'll get different benefits depending on which formation they're in. But they also benefit from the field promotions as well. So the more things that they kill, the stronger they'll become, essentially. Whereas France is more of the middle of the road civ that has a lot of options to work with. They will be playing, looks like probably around the House of Bourbon, it looks like, because we got the Ancien Regime card here, which will give you a royal embassy and allow you to make their House of Bourbon natives for population. So both their royal dragoons and their royal musketeers, essentially. So yeah. So it looks like it's going to be natives versus natives if we get the right conditions in place for it. So this should be a pretty interesting one, for sure. Yeah, so let's see how this one goes.
Prêt? Oui.
So what deck is France? Yep, but the Ancien Regime. Of course, they're always going to have that FF potential as France as well, with the Giant Grenadiers as well as all these other various unit shipments. The Giant Grenadiers one is pretty rare, but perhaps France is planning on getting a lot of coin on this map, and they can utilize this one. If they do, it could be very a powerful option here for sure. So, be watching for that one. Going for a greedy 2 shipment. Age 1, it looks like. First, the Courrier de Bois. And then the economic theory. See, economic theory is going to affect this Courrier de Bois even better because the base gather rate of a Courrier de Bois is actually more than a standard settler is. So picking up cards earlier on like Eco Theory can make the Courrier de Bois a real serious problem to be dealing with, and people need to stop calling on this phone, seriously. call took a little bit of time, but should be good right now. Alright, let's continue. Okay. So where we left off, France was aging up with the Quarter Master here. And Germany was aging up with the Quarter Master as well. Essentially, in this situation, Quarter Master is going to be good for either Civ or really any European Civ because you can get away with a lot of stuff using 400 wood. You know, you can take up more of this trade route. You could obviously take over this native site as well, which looks like France is going to do with their Explorer. You could put up together a barracks, a stable, and then get some houses done too. So, in general, Quarter Master is going to be your go-to politician for any European that can actually access them, typically. So yeah, most definitely in that case. Oh, parrot eggs belonging to the former Lafin of Oyo. Good reference to the King's Return mod for AoE 3. For those that don't know what that is, basically the Lafin was the hero for the Oyo Civ. And essentially, you could do multiple things with him. He was like a mounted king, pretty much. And I think you could... I believe... Well, his biggest thing was basically he had a good range attack, I believe, from his horse. And he was basically... Wasn't he good at, like, boosting up the nearby Oyo cavalry as well? Because you were basically the cavalry Civ of Africa, whereas the Congo was infantry completely. But both the Congo and Oyo had access to some basic barracks units in the form of either the archers or the spearmen, the Asagas spearmen or the poison tip archers, basically. So yeah, good mod. If you have the legacy version of AoE 3, I recommend you get King's Return. It's a very fun thing for sure to get. Totally recommend it.
Aufgabe?
Overall, though, we see Leah again ready to use his native base deck here. My question is, if he does end up going with the Prince Electors, which of these houses is he going to go for? You know, if he goes Oldenburg, he's going to have these Danish skirmishers pretty much, as well as, I believe, when he have the Northern Musketeers as well in that case? Yeah, if he goes with the Habsburgs, you're looking at the mounted infantry as well as the line infantry. Hanover will give you the drummers, the Brunswickers, and the Brunswicker infantry as well as the Totenkopf hussars as well. Wen will give you halberds and cuirassiers, and Wilbach will give you... I'm trying to remember what Wilbach does exactly. Something a bit different. Can't recall what though. Overall, all the native options you get with Prince Electors are pretty good, depending on what unit stats you're looking for. I think in this case you'd probably want something more on the anti-cav side instead, in case somebody pulls out Berber camels, which looks like France could be doing. Well, looks like they're going to get out their Berber nomads first and put them onto some sort of native resource. You can put a couple of them onto the hunt and then put some onto the trees over here. Looks like they're going to be putting them all onto the hunt though. Pick up that food. Yeah, that's what they're going to be doing at the moment there.
Votre ordre?
Resume.
Looks like it's going to be more semi-IFF for the French. Yeah. Well, how many shipments do they have? So, yeah, it's looking like basically a regular FF there. With shipment 5 going to be frontier defenses to put some towers up. In particular, that's essentially against Germany, since Germany gets free Yulons with their cards, and thus you're going to need some sort of towers around your base to defend against that, for the most part. It's going to be making the Berber camels as France, too, to combat the Yulons. This is going to be a really good counter to that, since these camels actually do work like the way they do in AoE 2. You know, they actually do have those multipliers against the Yulons, which is pretty useful.
Bonjour.
Bishop, that's a very good politician here because that'll grant you a covered wagon.
Bereit?
Bereit.
Auftrag.
Oh, picking up Berber salt caravans as well. Very good choice on that one. So where's... Yep, Germany's going for the coin, so they're going to be going more of the industrial age push at this point. Probably going to get the... I wouldn't be surprised if they picked up this shipment here for the Saxon Cuirassiers, the House of Wen here. Or added in the House of Habsburg allies here. That could be a pretty good start. Berber camels are going to enjoy a sizable lead in this situation. Just make sure, though, that you don't go after the Explorer, because the Explorer is basically going to be there as sort of a distraction and allow the Yuans to try to make a grab towards you, pretty much.
Auftrag.
Yeah, definitely in that situation, for sure.
Ja.
Well, they're going to be industrializing with the engineer for 2 Falcons, and then mercantilism's going to get more shipments. Oh, wow, that's going to be really powerful this early in the game, because the cost for shipments in XP is very low at this point, so up to 4 shipments now. Can pull out 2 heavy cannons, winged hussars, probably the 2 factories as well. Just gotta be wary of what the Berber camels are up to at this point. Imagine the 2 heavy cannons are gonna come out first. Oh, the factories. Yeah, get the eco first, and then you can pull out heavy cannons, and then you can pull out the winged hussars, probably, in that case. Looks like France has basically trained some unupgraded muskets, got a skirm out. Question is, what are they going to do from there? Well, look at this. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Good sneak attack from Germany there, taking out the Berber camels. Because normally these Berber camels should have an easy time with these Yuans, but they caught them off guard there, and it's actually going to force them into a retreat behind the tower now. It's going to have to train some more of these and probably upgrade them to the veteran level to even be able to compete with these Yuans at this point, since... No, they're not even veteran yet. They just really caught them off guard there. So here comes Blood Brothers, pretty much. Blood Brothers is really good because it essentially allows your natives to be up to guard level and also improves the build limits and the hit points of your native embassies, allowing them to put them all over the map pretty much. Giving you a much better push strategy with Nats, really. My question is, what are you going to do with shipment 1 and probably 2 after that? Because you're already using 2 of those shipments to go for the factories, but what do you go with after that at that point? Do you go for maybe one of these houses from the Prince Electors, or are you going to be using natives mostly from the Circle Army? Or possibly one of these? Really got multiple options there, really, so really go in a direction, really. Tengri. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, Winged Hussars. Yeah, that's definitely a good choice. That would basically... Yeah, it looks like the card does that already, though. So, yeah. Wouldn't matter if you had Blood Brothers or not there, really. What's the Blood Brothers for? Is that to make Berber camels? Yeah, I can imagine, probably. So I was expecting the Leah to do one of these pricey big box shipments, really. With getting a card like Blood Brothers that benefits the natives really well.
Do waszych usług. Jakieś rozkazania?
So what does France do here, though? Because it seems like France is going to have to come up with some counter to this. So they're going to go for Industrial Age with the Cavalry Marshal. What are these? So these are the Canary Guard, trying to scout out. Yeah, that's probably what you're going to need here to deal with the cav threat. Question is, what can he do after that at this point? Is he going to let him just snipe his cav with the heavy cannon there? Might be able to do that. Oh, yeah, that's not good. He just sort of fell into that trap. Bad kiting, you know, you gotta kite a little bit better than that, man. Gotta do a little bit better than that if you want to target anything properly. Yeah, most definitely in that situation. Double stable Dragoons. Got some Corsairs, but yeah, this is looking really shrimpy compared to what Aaliyah has amassed here with this big stack of Yuans with the Winged Hussars, though. This is like... Yeah, again, the Guard Berber Camels now. When he gets enough coin, he could also add in some... Yeah, this is not looking good. I mean, this is like nothing, a nothing army here. It's like a plate of frog's leg. It's not a real meal, you know? It's like an actual plate of like French frog's legs or a goose liver. Whereas this big German pretzel coming after you, you can't deal with that. Big massive hand cavalry, I mean, it's basically going to make these artillery untouchable, even by your Berber camels, should you... Yeah, you can't even make those anymore because Aaliyah has captured the thing. You know, he could actually start building on that himself and start popping those out. Actually, he can't build it because the town center is within the mortis area, but still, it's not like he can rebuild it that easily now because it's right on top of the thing. Gonna try to make a maneuver around here to come after the cannons, but then the hand cavalry's gonna be right there to protect it. Going for the Culverin, the Age 4 Culverin 4 Culverin shipment, that's pretty good. Not enough to deal with the hand cap problem though, but at least enough to deal with the cannons potentially. It's gonna keep trying to make Dragoons, but does he have enough coin to actually get them to the guard upgrade at least? Because you're going to want at least guard Dragoons, I think, to deal with this type of problem here. Aaliyah going after with his own Minutemen just to mess up the Culverin targeting. That's pretty insane. Yeah. Yeah, but this massive heavy Kansas is just so big that a 4 Culverin shipment isn't even enough to clean that under the rug at all. Yeah, an absolute mess for sure if you're France in that situation. Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, that's pretty severe if you're running into that. Ooh, GG. Well played. Well played by Aaliyah at least, yeah. Aaliyah always plays good. Very good, actually. Yeah, I mean, this Yuan stack here, if like you can see here in the post game, this is what won him the game right here. And then, of course, and then the heavy cans afterwards is like the pushing force, like crushing through the lines of HP. That was really important there. It's definitely in that one. Alright, so now I'm going to be going... Let's do the other 1v1. Yeah, that's a good idea. The invitation has been withdrawn. Oh no, I missed an invite. It's alright. What's this one actually? What's this 1v1 right here? I want to definitely check this one out right now. Because we definitely get the 1v1s done for sure. Because those are nice and quick and simple. Alright, so let me pause this. Just check the chat as well. I haven't looked at the chat box in a while. Nobody's said anything yet, so we'll just keep going on from here. Before we get into the match, though, we will check the map out and see how that affects the gameplay. It's looking more like a, well, basically on this map, the big thing is you got this little sector of the map right here where people can actually sneak a town center and grab some of the food and coin over here, potentially. But this is the main mass. You know, you come around sort of like this crescent moon shape of a land piece here. You obviously got all your normal resources there, but you can actually capture these windmills. And these windmills actually act as many food trickling buildings, you know. You know, like the food works of Paraguay and Wars of Liberty. These are basically like little mini food works, but thankfully they don't cost any population for you, you know. You just capture them and that brings food to you, which is really good. But unfortunately, your opponent can actually also capture these if you're not looking after them, right? So you gotta be careful, you know. If you want more food, you're gonna have to basically guard these windmills with your life, basically. Yeah. It's kind of similar, actually, to the windmills in the 100 Days mod in Legacy. Because that's the way those mills worked, basically, was. It was like the single windmill without the, you know, the crops around, and it would trickle food, and then you would build fields around the mill. And that's where your villagers would actually do the gathering. But of course, the mill itself would still be pounding out food by itself to help you on the side. So, nice little sign tangent there. But we'll get right into the gameplay now. This Germany versus Portugal. So, I don't know what we're going to see in this match, you know. I don't think that at least from what I recall, I don't think the recording really told us how this build is going to work exactly. But we'll find out. Gonna be either a mercenary cavalry play with HOA 1v1, or it's gonna be sort of that new native warrior recipe we saw in the last game. Either way, it's gonna be pretty strong though. And the opponent will be Portugal. Now, Portugal offers a whole different challenge if you go the native route. Because see, if you try to rush with a bunch of Yuans and stuff against Portugal, they got multiple town centers, so they can hold out for a while, you know. Only problem, of course, is going to come when you're rolling the heavy cannons and you're just crushing their buildings one by one. But that takes a little while to get set up, obviously, and it takes a while for people to stop calling you on your telephone when you're streaming. So let me pause and do that. Perfect. As I was saying before, Portuguese best asset this game is going to be both turtling behind their town centers as well as booming with them as well. You know, of course, with every town center, you're able to maintain a queue of these so precious settlers that you can basically keep going to essentially overwhelm your opponent. But the problem is against Germany, you know, they get the settler wagon. It has the gather rate of 2 vills in one. And then as you see here, they're often going to build a market to get hunting dogs early. Because their hunting dogs for the settler wagon is really like a 20% upgrade rather than a 10% one to the hunting rate. So they really want to get that as soon as possible to keep their age up on par, really. And then they pick up 2 more of the settler wagons here, granting them an even bigger boost, really. And from there, oh, it looks like it is going to be the native base HOA deck, and this is going to be pretty interesting, you know, because we could potentially see this eventually, the Prince Selectors boosted with native warriors, or we could see sort of the shipment based Circle Army as well as one of these here. So I'm definitely going to be looking at that for sure. Will we see Blood Brothers be used at all? Who knows? But we'll see for sure if that ends up being used. Yeah, most definitely in this situation. Now, what's the deck going to be for Portugal? So, Portuguese are playing a little bit more old school, I think. Yeah, this looks like more of an old school legacy Portuguese setup. You know why I'm saying that? Because nowadays everybody likes going with Vitorias as their number 1 shipment. But this one ended up going with Furrier. And they could follow it up with economic theory afterwards. It's not bad. I mean, if you want to send Furrier first as the Portuguese, that's definitely not a complaint by any means, because you can definitely get your hunting raid really going super fast with that. So definitely can be pretty tactical for sure. But instead of going for 10 more settlers, you know, getting a house and being able to keep that queue going, Portugal actually goes for a trading post. Very interesting, you know. Very interesting choice by Portugal to go for the trading post, you know. I don't always see Portugal go for those TPs, so to see them go on this map, kind of interesting. I think, though, the map sort of pushes you in that direction because, as you can see, it's in a pretty defensible position off to the side here, you know. So if you're going to get a TP, probably get one over there, right? Yeah. Did get a house during the transition to Age 2, though. And then the covered wagon's going to come right over here and down by this hunt. You know, whenever possible, try to place your covered wagons as Portugal in areas where you're going to be able to get maximum resource control, right? Areas where the herding of hunts is going to be a little bit easier. Areas where the mines are right nearby, anything like that can really help you out, pretty much. Yeah.
See?
Going for the steel traps at the market now and shipping in about, I'm assuming, the 3 settler wagon shipment. Yep, quite powerful. You know, normally if European civs have like 5 settlers as a shipment, but when you make it 3 settler wagons, that's like a 6 villager shipment in terms of its overall value, right? And as you're getting steel traps right away as the Germans usually, that means that your food eco is like actually really big right now. I mean, they're literally grinding these ibex into ibex bratwurst right now and having a really good German Oktoberfest banquet at this point. So, yeah, that's basically how Germany does really well economically in these matches for sure. Looks like Portugal, though, is going FF with the exiled prince. This is a pretty good plan for Portugal because you really want to get that age up going as quickly as possible to get town center number 3. And then, if possible, try to go for fast industrial so you can get town center number 4 and be able to keep multiple villager queues going out of those different town centers, essentially. And during this process, they're also going to be picking up their market as well. Because not only are you going to have more villagers, you're going to want to have at least hunting dogs and placer mines maybe to keep their gather rate be somewhat decent. If you can get the steel traps, certainly do that for sure. Yep, most definitely. Very interesting, though, that Alea grabs the trading post in the center of the route. I would have expected him to grab the one in the back. This might be more of an offensive play, honestly, because he knows he can always sort of grab this one in the back. But he's going to go for the one in the middle first to say, I'm contesting this trade route with you, and I'm going to get the most benefit, the most bang for my buck out of it, really. So that was a very interesting move by Alea there to go for the center one rather than the one on the edge here. Speaking of which, what's the age up going to be? Exiled Prince as well, so you don't get any prizes for that, unfortunately. You just get the faster age up. And most likely we're going to see 1k coin next to go for the industrial age. But technically you don't even really, you know, you kind of do need it if you're going to be switching over into the hunts there. Because you're going to need most of your settler wagons to be focusing on food, and then you ship the 1,000 coin to cap off to the 1.2k, and the rest of it you can put towards a shipment of some kind. Maybe even towards mercantilism like we saw the last game, you know, and just showing out lots of shipments. Crossbowmen? Halbs, crossbowmen, and cazadors. This is telling me that this might not be a seasoned Portugal player here. Yeah, it doesn't look like a seasoned Portugal player. Like, why would they be making crossbowmen? What? Why crossbowmen? I mean, the Cazador is clearly a better unit. I mean, it's like 45% pierce armor. It's got 1 point... Well, the HP is kind of meager, but it's got really good armor. And I mean, its range attack is pretty reasonable. So I don't know why you're going with crossbowmen. Sure, it's cheaper, but the Cazador gives you just so much more value for what it does, basically. You know, it can survive a lot of bullets, pretty much, which is mostly what the Cazadors are supposed to be doing. You're really not supposed to be putting them in a hand attack with their rifles. So that's sort of what you're supposed to be doing with that. Picking up the Dragoon shipment now, out of here. This is going to be a good countermeasure by the Portuguese to set up a bit of a defensive structure there. Looks like Germany is going to be going up with Industrial Age Engineer now, 2 Falconets. And picking up Amalgamation. Again, oh, so this is just like the last game. Pick up Mercantilism, get a bunch of extra shipments. And with that, you'll be able to go with the factories first, then either Winged Hussars and Heavy Cannons or vice versa. And if you're able to accumulate a lot of coin based on your positioning in the map, which you could potentially do, you could pick up one of these really good native shipments, which actually only costs about 1k coin, you know. Mercenary shipments, for perspective at this stage, would be like 2,000 coins, so pretty pricey. It is pretty realistic to pick up one of these native warriors, which would be upgraded at the guard level, which could potentially help you go for a really good swarm against your opponent. So we'll see which one he goes for. But if anything we learned from last game, it seems like Blood Brothers is probably going to be on the menu for that. Maybe starts out with the Winged Hussars, but could do Blood Brothers after that to get the native stats up to par with Age 4. Still looking for potential targets with the Yuans around the map, as well as some general scouting. The thing about Portugal is, though, they're going to be putting their town centers in close proximity, so Yuans are normally not going to find any gaping targets against them. picking up the circle army this time. And as you see here, it's going to start out with 13 Brunswickers. If you send it again, you get 8 of the mounted infantry from the Habsburgs, and send it again, you get the 5 Saxon cuirassiers from the House of Wen, basically. And see, now I sort of understand what the Blood Brothers is for, because it looks like Circle Army simply unlocks the veteran upgrade for these houses, whereas Blood Brothers will get them up to the guard level, making the Circle Army more relevant into the late game, you know. And then, of course, as you know, with native warriors, you don't actually research the Imperial Age upgrade at their native sites. You research that at the capital. That basically upgrades all the native warriors, not only the ones that you find on the map, but also the ones that you get in the home state, all together for about 2k, or I think 1.5k food and wood. So that's sort of the cool thing, because if you use Blood Brothers with the Circle Army, that means once you get to Imp Age, they're technically fully upgraded, as if you trained them on their respective map at that point, which is pretty good. Really is. So it's going to pick up another Circle Army to get the mounted infantry now, to benefit the musketeers. And then can send the heavy cannons right after that.
Ja? Jawohl! Wird erledigt. Richtig.
Bereit. Verstanden.
Bereit. Wird erledigt. Verstanden. Angriff! Jawohl! Ja? Angriff! Auftrag?
Auftrag.
What are they going to do with the Yuans, though? Ooh, right into the Helbs, though. That's not good. Thankfully, though, you got 2 Falks to try to spray that. Good micro with the guard. Brunswickers there. Try to shoot as much of these units as possible, one-on-one. But the organ guns could be a problem. They are starting to spray into the Brunswickers a little bit there. He's going to have to retreat now. Well, he's shooting one organ gun. The others can get away, though. Picking up... Going to get 5 Saxon cuirassiers from this, and then he's going to get 13, get 11 more from that card. All at the guard level, mind you. So these are really going to be well upgraded here. I think it's this army of like 16 splash. Well, wait a second. Here's the mounted infantry, right? So that was just that one. Okay. So you got that, and now the Saxon cuirassiers are going to be coming in. So it's really like you already sent like multiple versions of that Circle Army already, just by using that card to skip around it a little bit. But I think in this situation, because of how unprofessional and minute this army is here, that basically the 11 Saxon Cuirassier shipment would basically be a clean out for it. Really would be in that situation. 100%. Picking up Eco Theory now. And is going to really not do anything here. Is the very reason why he's not... Yeah, see, he doesn't have enough shipments in this type of deck. I mean, I would rather just ship like 6 musketeers here. Really, any army mass at this point is going to keep you alive. Yeah, I mean, I know you're doing the Helbs out of the racks, doing the goons out of the stable, but you really need unit mass right now, because you're really going up against this big army of strong natives. And the 2 Falcons that are basically supporting him at this point. This is a really bold foundry by Aaliyah here. It's right up against the base of his opponent here. And, blasting some of these. He's going to try to go for a defense with the Halbs right at the cannons. Now, they should be... No. You need to get this. This is your target here. Get this. See, now you're doing it. Now you're doing it, okay. He could have done it a little bit sooner, I think, to maybe save those Falcons, but just not enough. Yeah. Good game, though. I mean, he tried. But I knew as soon as I saw those crossbowmen that I think he was a bit outclassed there myself, personally. I mean, look at what Aaliyah was able to do with just some native shipments here. Pretty phenomenal. With all that training stuff that the Portugal did, like nothing, really. Pretty crazy, honestly. Yeah. So, what did people think of tonight's live stream of Cast of Games? You know, we got about 4.5 hours of Cast of Games done today in this stream, so I think this was a pretty good success. You know, we're going to be doing another one on Thursday for Wars of Liberty. Definitely need to catch up with that since last week we took a hiatus to do Age of Mythology Retold, so we got to get back into the swing of Wars of Liberty, you know. And in fact, it's really important to do that because, well, some of the Juanitos and Boleros, as we call them, actually asked specifically, when are we going to be seeing a stream of Wars of Liberty again, you know. Skipped over it last week. We really want you to do it again this week. So, yeah, don't worry. On Thursday, we've got a lot of cast of games to do. Probably as much as we had tonight, if not more. And I'm going to sift through all the ones that I want to do. Ideally, the ones with other Juanitos first, and maybe some of the ones with me afterwards. Put those in the lesser priority, and that's what we can do, basically. So, everybody's good. Nobody has any questions about any of the matches today and any of the strategies they did. Guess we can call it quits for this stream and see you on Thursday for that one. I'm going to be signing off now, and the VOD will be available for all those that were out missed the earlier portions of those matches. So always go back, and if you want to see all the games, that's why I do these big streams. So if you do miss the earlier portions, you can go back and watch the older portions, and it makes the stream more well known in the algorithm, so everybody can see all these matches together in one place, which is